Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は145日目です。It is day 145. Let's get into our lessons today. Alright. Another yoni. Now we have it combined with pray for, hope for. This is Inoru. Inoru was just added yesterday to the vocabulary list, As we have seen several times now, the auxiliary verb yoda is frequently used with verbs to express that the completion of an action is the specific goal wish of the speaker. It does this implicitly through the meaning of the kanji yo, right? The manner of doing. Yo ni inoru. Inoru or inoru in its kanji form is no different and will imply that the speaker is praying for A to be done or complete. This comes from the meaning of the u verb inoru itself, which can be translated as to pray or to beg. Despite being able to be used when actually praying, the grammar point is used most often to express a hope. And then we have the affirmation and the negation. Okay.
明日雪が降って学校が休みになるように祈る。世界が平和になるように祈る。
Fair enough. In a similar way to other yoni structures, naiyoni may also be used with inoru to show that someone is praying for something not to happen.
授業中に先生に呼ばれないように祈る。友達の車に乗る前に死なないように祈る。
Dang. Okay. However, unlike other yoni structures, yoni inoru will sometimes be shortened to yoni by itself. Interesting. Yeah, this is especially true after mas. Huh. Okay. 今年は国に帰れますように。明日のテストでパス合格合格できますように。Yeah, right. This is the only yoni structure that will have that verb come after it omitted. Yeah, because it kinda sorta already implies that. Therefore, yoni by itself will always mean to hope for and should not be confused with yoni suru, yoni naru, and yoni iu. And other similar grammar points, right? Fun fact, koi is also used to express the hope or to wish for. However, unlike yoni inoru, the person that the speaker is praying for with toi will mainly be determined by the use of ne, praying for someone else or not praying for themselves. Kind of like this is part of the grammar point of toi. So, 行きたい大学に行けるといいね。Right, you're hoping for someone else's sake. And 来年は海外旅行に行けるといいな。Yeah. This is for your own sake, right? That was part of the Koi grammar thing. Alright. combining the past tense with oh, and then using the past tense conditional. Or no, it's not, it's something entirely different. Bakari. As an adverbial particle, bakari usually has one of the three basic meanings. Oh no, it's meme. Oh no, it's not meme. Not necessarily. That allow? Some details on this character. Yeah, allow, approve, permit. Okay. Kyo. Looks like a kyo. And then this is special read. As an adverbial particle, bakari usually have one of three basic meanings: degree, right? Extent and degree put together. Teido highlights the rough amount, degree of something, similar to kurai or gurai. Limit, yeah. Gente highlights the limit of something, similar to dake. And then completion. Ooh, that's a weak one. Kanyo highlights the end or completion of something. In this lesson, we will focus primarily on the completion meaning when connecting bakari to the past form of a verb using ta. Right, ta, the past tense. It will imply that a specific action has just finished, just stopped, or just been completed. Interesting.
駅に着いたばかりの時に友達から「やっぱり今日は遊べない」とメッセージが来た。
それはやっぱりスマホが壊れた。昨日買ったばかりなのに。
さっき食べたばかりだからお腹はまだ空いていない。
Okay. Pretty fun how you're just reading these and I'm like, all right, I'm just reading now. Yep. Still not hungry. Fun fact, despite having three different meanings, bakari can be thought of as always highlighting how close one thing is to another. Right. Closest in degree, limit, and completion. That makes sense. Oh, the ta with tokoro da just finished. Right. Tokoro da and bakari, and then ta, past tense, tokoro da versus bakari are similar in that they both refer to something that's just happened, but with slightly different nuance. Both. Men. One. Bangohan. Bangohan wo tabeta tokoro desu. First, and bangohan wo tabeta bakari desu. Bakari desu. essentially means I just ate dinner, but while the version with Tokoro focuses solely on the timing. Okay. While the version of Bakari carries a nuance of continued relevance, implying that that's why I'm not hungry now or so. Okay. The time of finishing versus continued relevance. Interesting. Oh, I naturally did this. That's interesting. I didn't even read this part. I don't know why I wanted to say Bakari over Bakari, but I didn't even realize that's are fairly common casual variations. That means I must have heard this somewhere. I don't know where though. A lot of these like particular things have shortenings. They have shortenings to make it sound a little. I don't know what to. I can't place my finger on it right now, but it makes it sound better. So when I was reading this, I legitimately misread what is written here, but I wanted to stop here. So every time I, was like, Kino katta bakkari nanoni, like it makes me want to stop here, which is interesting. Huh. That's a surprise, honestly. I didn't realize. I figured I read it over again because I figured I just misread it, but that's neat. Very neat. Natural tendencies. Change. How is this considered? Do we do kae? Or is it ka? Kasuru? Probably kasuru. I haven't seen this combination before. The ificationization to make something change. Okay, interesting. Right, ka by itself is a suffix. I see. In Japanese, which means to change or to transform. When paired with suru, it means to transform into a, where a is the noun that ka is connected to. This structure is regularly translated as an ification or ization and similar suffix in English. I see.
あと数年で運転は自動化する。私は仕事で書類をデータ化する。
Data for for digital, and then kasuru to digitize. Then interesting. Another katakana or the memory books. When the suru is connected to another noun, it may occasionally appear as shita. Okay. Or with no. To another noun attached to the end of it. This will indicate that there's a relationship between E and A.
劣化した家を建て直す仕事をしたい。
Oh, interesting. I haven't seen it used this way. That I call it inferior, or it's deteriorating. So rekashita, deteriorated. Okay, house. 劣化した家は建て直す仕事をしたい。Yeah, alright.
日本は紙社会なので仕事をオンライン化するのは厳しい。
Nice. So now we have the normalization no. I see. Yeah, so this is the not a noun, but like a proper noun, like a proper noun nominalization. Word nominalization, yeah. So, and could be considered as a verb nominalization because of suru. Interesting. I see it as like just simply making it so that you can make it a topic. Okay.
日本では高齢化が進んでいる。
Ore. Intriguing. I hadn't seen this used yet for population or for people. All right, and ninaru and kunaru become. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's true. They both express change. Kasuru attached to nouns and means if I, right? And then ichai spot. Ninaru is just to become something. Not the it doesn't necessarily describe the method, so to speak. I think kasuru kind of creates a process, almost like to digitize is a process, to deteriorate it is a process, and then ninaru and kunaru is going from one state to another state. All right, so okay. That's pretty good. Kasuru is pretty nice. Bakari is gonna be a tough one, largely because it's represented mimetically. Oops. Gotta check on term use. Yeah, I'm kind of using it maybe slightly inappropriate in a way, but still gonna use the word mimetic. I think that's the closest thing that I am referring to when it comes to like seeing the character, kana, and then I mean I could just keep referring to this as kana, sure. But I need to distinguish. I suppose I can distinguish it based on like a hiragana representing hiragana, but mimetic meaning that this is commonly written in the way that it sounds. Not, and I'm not referring to it being onomatopoeic or like, I'm already over that, but that subject comes up very often because of people having other proper definitions of it. But when I mean mimetic, I really mean this is how I read it. So this is bakari. That is, this character sounds like ba, this sounds like ka, and this sounds like ri. So phonetic, like phonetically, in a way. And without this, I don't have a relation. So it's baka. Huh. Maybe I can do like a quick mnemonic in my. Okay. And then what was this? The hope for. Okay. You could just shortcut it and write Yoni. Okay. Oh, wait. This is praying. Okay, praying. That's fine. I got you. Wait.
生きてここを出られるように祈っているんだ。
Okay, okay. I'll make an exception for that. But that's pretty funny though. Oh, okay. They provide the attaching word. Huh. Really? Tanjun. Tanjun. Okay. Wait, then how does it attach to... I lost the I have no idea. I lost the ha.
それは単
Oh
純
yeah,
化した
yeah.
英語のよう
Okay,
に見え
okay.
る。
There's nothing special. I thought I hadn't considered... What? Oh wait. This itself is a pseudo verb. Or like it's functioning as a pseudo... Oh, okay. I thought maybe I needed a na or something, like to make this into like an adjective plus, but I forgot that this has pseudo in it. It's an it's a suffix itself. Okay, okay.
I
had to double check in my head if it was an ichidan or a godan verb. Kinda messing with me here. Alright, let's go to our vocabulary. Oji-san. Interesting, they didn't use the kanji. Alright. So. Also. Really?
So.
Or so. This is written as so, but usually I think of it as so. Also, interesting. I think this is all like any. It's I feel like this phrase here is prosodic. It's kind of like eto and all the other ones. I still think it's that they're prosodic most of the time. All right. What you got, Michi? Michi, losing way. Michi Mao. Michi ni Mao. So Michi, streets, lost, gone astray in the streets. So to one's way. Ni Mao. Sono hoka? Sono hoka. That might take a time. That might take a little bit. Etc. I wonder if it can be placed in the end of things. Okay. I think of it as in addition. But okay. Ikaga. Ikaga, yep. This is the polite version. Ikaga, what is the other one? It's not that. It's not that. No, I'll see it when I see it. What is this though? Ika. Oh, Ika is for like how? Okay, I see. Or like possible, like the nature of how it's possible, or like what, in what way? How about, okay, Ikaga, these two characters. Ika? I'm not sure if this would be a Dendaku probably because it's just Ka. Or it could be both Ka and Ga as a standard read. Maybe. Okay, next one. Dozo. Dozo yoroshiku. Dozo yoroshiku. We have dozo for like maybe like thankfulness, regards, or like thankfulness, or here it's kind of tough on the dozo part, but yoroshiku is to send regards, kind of like here with my regards, or sending my regards, kind of like a presence of regards. What is this? Warukuchi. Warukuchi is bad mouthing. Warukuchi wo iu. Warukuchi wo iru. Warukuchi wo iru. Yeah, makes sense to say something bad. Yoroshikattara. Yoroshikattara if past tense. What was the grammar point on that? Conditional, yeah. So past plus conditional. To yoroshiku. Or yoroshi. This is probably off yoroshi. So the past tense, yoroshikatta, right? Yoroshikatta, and then da, yoroshikattara. Don't mind. That's interesting. It kind of flipped a little bit on its meaning. What in the world is this? Nasu. Nasu.
Nasu.
Oh, this is a if you know it or you don't. It's the story of my life in my Chinese studies right now. It's either you know it or you don't. Nasu it is. Nope, I don't have any like reference that would. Just gotta know it. We could write a mnemonic for these in the future, using a overlapping mnemonic system. What is that? Genki de ne. Genki de ne. Oh yeah. We had a bigger phrase. Oh genki de. Oh genki de, to take care. Yeah, in like a greeting and stuff. But this ogenki de ne is good. I like any of the, or genki de ne, any form of genki de is good. To lock. Oh yeah, this is a fixed phrase. Kagi wo kakeru. And which kakeru was it? It was the hang kakeru. Kakeru is like I would say top 15 verbs that you're going to enjoy seeing the versatility of it. Kakeru is super versatile. Alright. Wait. I feel like there's less than 15 vocabulary. Oh, are we at the end of our vocabulary? No way. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Do we only have 15 vocabulary left? I kind of did the math and I thought it would take us to like 3 days before. The grammar section is going to take us all the way to the last day. Minus like... Actually, it's going to take us to the June 1st. Yeah, I already did the math beforehand. Because June is our review month. We're just doing reviews and practices and whatnot. Let's see, what is this? Welcome. Or like greeting someone. Oh, arriving to greeting someone. So, what was that? Moose car? Mukae ni kuru. Mukae ni kuru. Alright. Yep. Call someone, pick someone up. Yeah, arriving to welcome someone. Alright. Yikes. This is probably like Sonkeigo. What was it? Oh, Sharu. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Very, very tough. Yeah. What do we have for this? Gyo, right? Gyo and ko. Gyo and ko. Yeah, this one is super exceptional. I'll leave it for now. I like been pretty lax. What's the character detail? Face up, look up. Seek respect. Huh. I don't think we covered this one. Yeah. All right. Okay. Baka ni suru. Baka ni suru. To look down on, to make light of. That checks out. Haven't used it, but checks out. This is that. Baka. Right? Baka ni suru. Itsu. How many? So, itsu no aida ni ka. Aida ni ka? Itsu no aida ni ka? Wait. How does itsu is what time, right? What time of in between is unknown before one becomes aware. Oh, interesting. So it's like that sometime in the interval of not knowing, unnoticed, unaware. I see. Oh, and it's not Aida, it's Mani. Manika. So, いつの間にか、いつの間にか. Yeah, I'm seeing this as itsu. So, itsu is like what time, basically. Like at what time possessing of an interval, in that time of interval, the unknown. So unknown of a, so for being unknown for a specific amount of time. So before one becomes the time in which it is still unknown, which is unnoticed, unaware, before one knows something. Okay, that's kind of a neat phrase. I haven't seen it that way. I have Bunpro has, because of the N4 vocabulary thing, I feel there's something I could say about wanikani, especially in the 500, that I ended up naturally gravitating towards in Hanzahiro as the next step. And I think Bunpro is doing it well as a bridge. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. But one of the, but maybe to tease a bit, I think Wanikani does this thing where they try to grade sentences as examples for their character studies, but I have come to understand, at least appreciate, that there's still a smoother step towards sentences, and that's phrasic things. So creating phrasic things. And in Hanzahiro, that's what I have already started doing. I started doing phrasic things, and those phrasic things become sentences. The nice thing is Bunpro seems like when they are looking at vocabulary, they're not specifically saying, oh yeah, hey, this is where the character shows up. This is where the character shows up. Their entries are phrasic. They're predominantly getting more and more phrasic. And I don't know how long this is going to continue. Maybe it'll go back to vocabulary, but I enjoy the idea that they're doing compound phrasing and whatnot. And that is a natural lead-in to complementing reading sentences. It gives you an additional way of looking at your character studies and your grammar points while not necessarily going into this. And if you're wondering, like, but then you won't be able to read the full sentences, that's not quite the point that I'm emphasizing here. You can still read, you can still go find sentences elsewhere. The idea is leaving room for deductive reasoning is a great leaving room for deductive reasoning is a great way to practice a different skill. So when you have a bunch of phrases in a sentence, and you have a bunch of phrases and then you have a few things left out, that allows you to use your noodle and do deductive reasoning. Having most things explained to you as a full fat thing and being incomprehensible, that's where comprehensibility is a question. When you're deducing for comprehensibility, it's different from comprehending it by reading it. Hey, you were watching a past broadcast and saw your live. You want to say thank you? You send a message to you on Discord about the past broadcast you were watching. All the best for yourselves. Oh yeah, no worries, Brokal. I hope you're in a good place. Sometimes I do kind of think about, like, maybe how you're steadying along. Hopefully everything's steady for you, right? We always go into our little deep can of worms, right? If we met a little bit younger, like, what I mean is, if I grew up in the internet age, I would say probably in very similar company. But since we are somewhat generationally and culturally divided, or like different, it's kind of interesting. Because that last thing that I talked about on that past broadcast protocol, if you spoke to me when I was 18 or like as college, the TLDR would be to suck it up and get it done yourself. And I don't think in my older self that is an appropriate response. So yeah, it can be a like it's no longer it's a how should I say it? It's out of touch with the current it's out of touch with the current behavioral status. I think how people cope and how people interact nowadays have changed dramatically, and the medium perpetuates that. So what I would have said if I stayed the same, like if I was that same person back when I was my teenage years and then to college, that is a very different environment back then. You suck it up because there's already stimuli for that. So whenever someone says like, how do I ask for help? How do I get help? Or how do I receive help? Why do I feel like I'm a burden to everything? That was a little different back then because no matter what, you are conditionally burdening something. So oftentimes you come at a cost and you're constantly reminded you're at a cost. So with that, a lot of people who leave the nest early, they immediately become accustomed to having certain strategies that don't exist now. At least they don't exist in the same time frame. So it's kind of interesting to think about whenever you like posit these questions to me, and I always have like 2 or 3 different answers. I often refer to my past self because my past self was stoic, like incredibly stoic. There's no empathy or sympathy in the things I say. Nowadays, I'm incredibly sympathetic and empathetic because I changed with the time. So like I no longer have that rocky, abrasive objectivity that I had before. It worked before. It was useful. It was useful back then when people had a lot of sympathy and compassion. And what I mean is the environment that I was in required a lot of sympathy and compassion habitually. Like it was obligatorily necessary or required and urged. Now it's not incentivized. So now we're doing the opposite. We're incentivizing being sympathetic and empathetic as a way to to balance the increasing general apathetic nature of the world we live in now, or like our microcosm, right? Our internet microcosm. Were I generally apathetic? I wasn't even generally apathetic. I was ignorant. Like I didn't know I was apathetic. That's kind of the thing about growing up, right? When I was younger, I didn't know I was apathetic. In reflection, like me looking back on my younger self, I was generally apathetic. So you could call it, there's an ignorant apathetic, and then there is a conditional, like an awareness of apathy. So when I was younger, I was generally apathetic. However, I was ignorant of my apathy. So like I could say things and make people cry and overwhelm them, or simply feel incredibly distant, and I would not understand the subtextual consequences of what happened. Like, and it would be irrelevant to me. So like when someone stops talking to me, I don't care. I don't know why they stopped talking to me, but if I wanted them to talk to me, I get them to talk to me. That's kind of the idea. Like it sounds very cold and objective because that's kind of how I operated back then. Nowadays, I want to incentivize this person wanting to talk to me, and I want to ask them for their convenience if they could entertain me for a split second of their time. So most of the way I talk now is contextualized with the motivation of the person I'm speaking to. So when I answer a question, it's always, how are you currently feeling? What is currently your thoughts? Before I share my opinion, may I hear what your opinion is? I've set my answer now. May I ask, what is the nature of your question? Like, can I hear something so I'm typically reading the person's subtextual comments, like we're putting together all the details. And back then, when I'm generally apathetic, it also means I don't remember people very well. Like whenever you think about, man, I just met these like 30 people, but I don't remember any of them. That's usually coming from apathy, in my opinion. When you're objectively focused on results and what people can do for you and what you can do for people, you don't really remember them very well. Because over time, they're simply reduced down to an objective. Like, what can you get from the person? Like transactional stuff. That's what it felt like when I was younger. It's completely transactional. Like, hey, let's be friends. Okay, what is it in it for me? And what is it in it for that other? What does the friend? And I expect the friend to also do that. Like, okay, we're gonna be friends. What are we getting out of this? Right? If this sounds kind of familiar, that's how the internet works right now. However, when I was growing up, that's not how friendship worked. So, like, I was the oddball. I was the generically apathetic person. So, I was very isolated and a loner. It's not that I didn't like it. I did enjoy being a loner and all that. I functioned fairly okay, right? However, it's like a drop in the bucket compared to being able to answer questions and naturally have people want to hear your answers, because now you become charismatic, right? You become charming. The idea is that you put empathy and compassion first without necessarily sacrificing your objectivity. The idea is you must want to incentivize in a natural way, like bring the person into your conversation, not provide a cold objective answer whether they like it or not, or whether they like to hear it or not, because then you get the whole idea like, be careful what you ask for. Maybe you don't want to hear it. That's as close to empathy that a very objective person can get, which is you might not like what you hear. That's probably as close. Instead, hey, what I'm gonna say might be a little bit strong, but bear with me. We can balance this out with other incentives, right? Other ways to look at things. That's kind of the way it ends up being more wordy, and that goes against objectivity too, because objectivity always conforms to conciseness, right? Being sharp, like TLDRs, efficiency. So that is pretty much when I was younger. Like when someone says, how do you get an A? Correct your mistakes. How do you stop feeling bad? Get happy. Like, but I'm really nervous. Stop being nervous. Practice more. That's kind of, so like if you ask me, like if someone says, oh, I'm very nervous and I'm losing sleep right now, right? Which is an example from Subhan, who is another person that I've been talking to later in the day. He just finished his interview for university and finished his profile for like interior design thing. He said he was nervous. And when he shared that, I spoke in a way that it was compassionate and sympathetic, because I talked about how people are, yes, you might gonna lose sleep. It's not gonna be the last time you're gonna lose sleep, but hear me out. Most of the people who feel like they never show their nerves and stuff, nervousness is a natural part of the human inclination to remind you that the thing is important. You are nervous because it is important. Now, I understand that sleep can potentially impact your performance. However, you can also channel it and wield the nervousness in order to prep a routine in the future when you get used to the nervousness to bring your A game. So that's kind of more emotionally intelligent to say. Otherwise, right, like an apathetic, objective person who talks about subjectivity a lot, they would say something like, everyone gets nervous. Try to sleep. Right? If you don't get sleep, you'll probably make your performance worse. Or they could talk statistics. Statistics would be, well, everyone gets nervous. So you're talking to another human being, they'll understand. It's irrelevant. You're making it too big a deal off of something that's commonplace. That's kind of where the stretch of an objective mind can kind of make it sound somewhat compassionate a little bit. Generally, the execution and the delivery comes from a place of not reading the room. This person is having trouble sleeping right now from the nervousness. So try to compel them by offering silver linings and like happier thoughts or more proactive thoughts that could get them to sleep, right? And then maybe encourage them in the future to work on like thinking of it as an opportunity to understand something about their human condition. Was there any correlation between you becoming aware of and then minimizing your apathy with my physical separation with your parents' household? Yeah, pretty much. That's the correlation to become aware was when I serendipitously was thrust into an environment that requires interpersonal communication skills. So going to college, that was living with other people, living with my best friends, right? Now, still to the present day, best friends. Having to do that was intuitive. It's the experience that no longer exists, in my opinion, very much anymore, or less so than before. If I continue, like if I grew up, say like we just time shift 20 years, right? Time shift 20 years, and I do it now, I would end up pretty much like most, if I had to be realistic, I would end up mostly like the teenagers of today. My parents and I, we rarely talk. We don't share such things. And then I'll continue to chronically be online. And then the most efficient way to get college degrees and then do things is to like commute, save money. Like you can factor in all the economics too. All of these, like there are at least, you can build an entire narrative to incentivize younger people, teenagers, especially growing up in the United States, because we have to take into account my parents. They're just shifting. So they're still immigrants. I'm born in this era. And in this era, it's cheaper to stay home, right? Because it costs an arm and a leg. I would commute to the university. I would still manage, I probably still end up getting a PhD or something like that. However, a lot of it will be remote work. And I would lose the opportunity to naturally engage with other people with obligatory conflict resolutions, like sharing a space with someone, occupying a classroom with someone. Now, the thing is, not everyone will care still. So you can go through entire college and not become aware of it. You can still minimize your interaction with most people. In certain fields, you can still seek that. So there are individuals who seek loneliness, or loneliness in the sense of, sorry, I misspoke. Seeking to be alone because they haven't really engaged in the prospect of feeling loneliness yet. I don't know how often someone spends their life feeling good being alone versus trying to mitigate the feeling of loneliness. right? Or alternatively, you could say trying to seek socialization to bolster collectiveness, or trying to minimize losing that, right? So the opposite, the two sides of the coin situation. So for me, changing my environment, as cliche as it sounds, was the reason for the awareness. Nothing necessarily profound in the sense that I was unable to do something, I was born atypical, like none of the whole genetics argument or some sort of conditional thing that's beyond my control. The environment is pretty much what predicated I would say, the maturation or exchange of ideas that allowed me to take the best of both worlds. Or at least two worlds. I could see a third or fourth. Generally speaking, when a person, especially someone who is studious and maybe happy, generally happy, when they're provided stimuli, the human condition would typically dictate that that person finds all the things that work and bring them together. So it still comes down to the core philosophy that I have when it comes to learning, right? Because you still have to learn your awareness. You have to learn about apathy and all that. And whether it's intuitive or consciously developed, you require the challenges in order to do so. And the internet removes that, in my opinion. 90% of the time, the internet removes those stimuli. You do not have to be challenged with information that you otherwise encounter serendipitously when you move to a different environment. Online, everything's curated. And I'm not holding the companies and all of them responsible. They are complicit though. They are complicit in optimizing, serving you what you need, what you want. And that's where that whole what is too young, right? What is too young to be on the internet, to have everything targeted to you? Or you can lower the age by having the company design things that are more stimulating, and like stimulating not in a confined way, but stimulating in an intellectual way, in an inquisitive way. So if you stay home, stay on the internet, and you bottle yourself and isolate yourself into a specific echo chamber, then yeah, apathy is good. Like, if you're wondering what I mean by that is, when you're younger, right? We can do this like a short illustration. I should have been writing earlier. So a short illustration is like your circle grows as you're getting older, right? So old and young. So the walls, we already talked about this wall aspect, right? The walls are more plastic when you're younger. However, if enough force solidifies this wall, right? So like an echo chamber, for example, like an internet, then this is your permanent growth. So you explore this space predominantly. And what happens is, because of the lack of challenge to your perceptions and whatnot, there's no expansion. Usually when someone gets older, like maybe in their middle ages, like myself, when I'm approaching my middle age, this wall is still slightly plastic, like a bit plastic, so it has room for expansion. However, a lot of it is probably pretty solid now. So however, this circle creates more opportunities to explore other things. When you're younger, if you solidify it way too soon, which is what I have an argument about when it comes to intellectual pursuits, this is very contentious when it comes to objective countries. So there are countries that their educational system is incredibly forward objective. basically you specialize very, very early, right? You specialize incredibly early. The faster, the more quote-unquote success goes up, right? I kind of disagree with this. It's very debatable. Success in what way? Well, certainly success in your specialized way, but that gives way to the lack of generalized skills. You have no basis for exploration of generalized skills. In fact, depending on how quickly, again, you specialize, certain skills are in the outer sphere of growth, of age, and you may never develop those skills over time. Like, how do you know when you're burning out? And then how do you recover from burning out? You wouldn't be able to if you specialized already. Like the internet can specialize most generalized skills, most life skills. And when I mean specialized, make them like concrete, make them inflexible. Here's an example. How do you cope with boredom? Video games. And then you're wondering, well, video games is a broad topic. No, it gets further specialized once you get in video games. Video games, winning. And then it can get even more down to a genre, a business model, an update schedule. So what happens now is you have a coping mechanism that is based on an incredibly long list of non-flexible conditions. So whenever I think about how strong coping strategies are right now, even coping strategies, we're not even talking about self-improvement strategies. Coping strategies compared to, I would say, compared to the environment I grew up in when I was younger, millennials' coping strategies, like if I had to give a general rule of thumb, millennial coping strategies are significantly, I don't know the exact measurement because it's hard to quantify these things, but I would argue that they are significantly more diverse and flexible across multiple disciplines than a Gen Z. In fact, this is where I build on it. Because I tackle this situation, I tackle coping strategies most of the time, largely because without coping strategies, it's very difficult to get into self-improvement. One has to try to figure out their coping strategies first, because without coping, you're gonna start to leak, like there's gonna leaking energy for self-improvement. So in Gen Z, it's with the self-selection of the internet, right? Because I only meet people on the internet right now. With this self-selection, it is strong enough to consistently rely on the top 5 behavioral patterns for coping to talk to the vast majority of people, like vast majority of Gen Z. When you ask a millennial how they cope, it's far more difficult. It's not to say I don't have a track record. I would say I have a greater than 50% chance. This is a millennial online, though, on a millennial on the internet. Still greater strategy, but for Gen Z, I would put that at greater than 80% to predict and tackle all their existing coping strategies, largely because they specialize so soon. They specialize how they cope. At your probability class and watching here. Okay. Good luck with your probability class. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. So this is what I mean by it works to my advantage. However, I'm generally, indirectly, and subtextually. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And then Sathin 1. What do you call it? I want them to become this. As in, like, encourage them to continue to explore. So, oftentimes, the way I would increase someone's coping strategies is to participate in them. So then it becomes a shared experience. And this is not this is why I am not a professional. So I do have to keep emphasizing this. This creates dual role problems. And again, I'm not a trained psychologist, and I didn't have a background in clinical psychology in any way. Generally, you don't want to necessarily participate in their activities to create a shared experience, because you'll end up creating a dual role. For myself, I'm not a trained professional or paid to do this, so what I do is I participate in order to understand the nature of their coping strategy, and then using that, I encourage shared experiences. This allows someone to get in to suggestive like activities. So for example, when someone says I really hate math, well, let's go do a math problem, and they'll say like, but you know, I had trouble with math, you don't have trouble with math. The answer is, I probably have problem with the math that you're doing right now because I don't use the math that you do. So if I don't know it, how would I go about it? And if you're having problems with it, well, let's go participate in comparing and contrasting how we go about it. And that nature of suggestive shared experiences is it's very appropriate for the time now. I don't think it's that effective back then. Like 20 years ago, I think naturally people had plenty of examples, serendipitously, how they interact and solve. Now you can isolate yourself. You can isolate yourself very, very strongly. In fact, you can even get answers that completely voids any other answers. So like you can look for an answer without seeing every other answer and without troubleshooting or problem solving at all, right? You can literally get a right answer and one of many right answers without seeing any others. You're none the wiser. It's less so back then. It still exists back then. Obviously, people can be incredibly narrow-minded. You can be grown up into a very sheltered life. That's certainly true. Less so. We're comparing the propensity or probabilistic nature of the environment we live in. So nowadays, yes, if I grew up and I'm like 20 years old right now, I would be the same. I would be very cold, like far colder than I was when I was a teenager. Like now, because I had no need, there's no requirement or incentive to be compassionate or empathy. Like, empathizing is a weakness. It's a waste of time for most people. I know how that sounds, but I'm being very genuinely honest. People say they're compassionate, but they behave and speak and talk to other people with a complete lack of understanding of what is compassion. Like, oh, I care about you, so I just wanted to tell you that you suck at this. The facts are, statistically, you suck. And the fact is, Japanese is hard. And most English speakers suck at learning Japanese. That's considered, that passes for compassionate and emotional intelligence now. Which, not surprisingly, that's kind of how I sounded back then. Like, back then when someone says like, what are you know, what's your future career? Well, I might become a doctor, like a doctor of medicine. According to the statistics, I need to get within these parameters. Am I statistically likely to do so? I believe so. And then someone would say, what do you think of my chances? It's the same chance. And it's like, well, what if I told you I did this? And it's like, well, then you have no chance. Or you have little, you know, you have a less of a chance. And what I mean by that is I would state something like, well, 5%. And then I wouldn't be concerned about what they feel when they hear that, right? Like when someone says, oh, I'm going to become an artist. It's like, well, you're statistically likely to go paycheck from paycheck and probably never make it as an artist. The idea is like, was it appropriate to say that at the time? Well, it's a fact, right? It's objective. So you can say whatever it is that's true and objective whenever appropriate. That's, or like, it is always appropriate to speak the truth, right? That those are the types of comments you get online on a daily basis. If I had to poll a group of people, which I don't command a large subset of people, like I don't have 1,000 people in my fingertips right now to poll, but I would wager that a large number of those individuals would say, yes, speaking the objective truth has no bounds by subjectivity or emotional intelligence. You can tell someone like, oh, they want to become the best in the world. Good luck with a life of disappointment. That's kind of what you hear. Like, oh, maybe even less than that. They would say, well, being the best in the world means you have a 0.0001% chance of doing that. Good luck. And then you walk away. So there's no emotional connection to that because anyone can state an objective fact. Or even an echo chambered non-fact, you know, like a fake news thing. People can echo those things. You can echo a popular saying. The thing is, what does it mean to you and what does it mean to the person you're talking to is what emotional intelligence is. I can state what you can state. Like, hey, depression sucks. Like, yeah, I know depression sucks. Like, yeah, can't we just say all depression sucks? Like, yeah, all of us know that depression sucks. Right? That's not emotional intelligent. It's not emotionally intelligent to state something that has no feeling imparted by the person saying it and the person you're talking to. So yes, that is a very common occurrence when I speak to people. I would say 9 out of 10 times legitimately it feels like nearly everyone I talk to have some sort of interpersonal communication problem, or like they see themselves having a interpersonal communication problem. I wouldn't try to make it feel like it's a problem that is special to them, nor would I phrase it as a problem that they must address now or immediately, but more so an incentive of being born human. You think about interpersonal communication. You think about trying to improve interpersonal communication. You think about expressing yourself and interacting with someone to form a connection, because that is the privilege you have. In fact, I would go even further and say that's a liberty. It's a necessity. Not only is it a privilege, people require companionship. And even the strongest solid loner rock in the world may still welcome companionship periodically, right? So the idea is it's not a problem to be solved. It's an incentive to be maximized. So now you want to encourage, so that's how I changed my scope. When I was younger, as a teenager, you simply needed enough interpersonal communication skills to survive. So I did this before. Are you looking at a goal as a max or an ideal, right? Or are you looking at it as a min and bottom line? So if this is the max, then your interpersonal communication skills can only fail or succeed in a very small percentage to your satisfactory. If it's the bottom line, then you can succeed most of the time, and you're trying to reach for a non-capped limit while constantly avoiding failure, which is the point, the threshold you fall below, right? And when it comes to emotional intelligence and communication skills, it's usually seen as a max. So basically, when I was younger, I saw it as a max, as in I just need to speak well enough to get ahead, like to interact with people, and that's it. It's not a skill to explore or anything like that. You do the min and be good enough. So then with every single new environment, right? Anytime you change classes, change environment, you're going to have to work on that skill again. So it feels taxing. It feels like you're not getting ahead of the game. You're constantly behind. So this is the feeling. When your bottom line is your max, or like the things that I think are my bottom line are people's max. So anytime I can see that, then I know what I have to offer. And usually it ends up being communication, interpersonal skills. I want to be clear. I didn't go out of my way to say I predicted this. Like I'm not doing this because I thought, oh, I saw the internet and the internet is gonna lack interpersonal skills because of the way the internet. I didn't see any of this happen. I happened to serendipitously interact with people and notice this. So then I invested my time in it. Because how do I interact with people? How do you be empathetic? And like, how do you read people? Like, not in a manipulative way, more like read people in a meaningful way and interact with them. You need certain skills to be charismatic. Well, oftentimes charismatic people can feel the hardship, right, and the joys and stuff of other people. Well, right now, it goes without saying that the vast majority of people that I meet are not happy overall. And I'm glad to hear that you're not doing... Oh no, wait, you're not doing good today. Oh, that's just because you have an exam tomorrow. Okay. The stress will be... Okay. Well, for now, I think it's a coincidental. I'm responding. So I'm responding to my focus of streams and conversations and stuff is focused on the idea that the vast majority of people choose to talk about not being happy. So I'm not a person who sits here and say, well, that sucks. Right? Well, that sucks. It's not my problem. That to me is boring. I don't have many problems, so let's go solve other problems, because solving problems is what got me here in the first place, like got me to the position that I am. So when I see that the vast majority of people, when they talk to me, they often express unhappiness, and oftentimes it deals with interpersonal problems or even self problems. Like I talk about self problems quite a bit, like one's personal goals and habits and whatnot. I respond to it. I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here. Let's go develop some skills, right? Let's go develop some skills. And over time, that's where it brings us to the current day. The language learning is great, right? Language learning is a lot of fun. It's also a substitute for loneliness a lot of times. When I ask someone like why, I've polled whoever says like, oh, they're language learning, I say, oh, may I ask why and how you're going about it? And oftentimes most of them has some form of need to connect to something. So it's not a big stretch of the imagination to talking about not being happy alone, right? It's not happy alone. And that's kind of going back to our discussion about looking for help. Help is not a weakness. It's an investment to be strong for others in the future, right? So to echo what I said in that past broadcast when I was playing P5X, right? Oftentimes, if you want a way to reframe something, that's kind of where the emotional intelligence comes in. Like, we're saying the same thing, but we're changing the perspective in order to shift the person's emotional state, right? You can acknowledge that the person is struggling very hard and it can be tough. It can be more than that though. Where they're suffering, there's also opportunity for improvement. And then your suffering can be the very thing that can help someone else recover from that suffering. So overcoming it would present one of the biggest opportunities for you to then see it in others, in which then you can help others. So that's often coming from a perspective of overcoming adversity. One of the greatest strengths and opportunities of people who overcome adversity is to see it in others and be able to also produce work and abilities and critical thinking skills necessary to pass it on. I don't think that's going to go away. It's a human condition. Humans do not live eternities, and they live in cycles. So if you're overcoming whatever adversity you overcome now, you'll probably have like 2 or 3 generations of people who would probably encounter the same adversities you will probably encounter later on. And I'm in my, like, how long has it been? I'm in my 2nd generation. So it's been 2 generations since. Once in my 20s, once in my 30s, and now we're ending our 30s, right? So the second 20 years. Hopefully I live another 10, another 10, 20 or 30-ish years with some luck and good health, and see what the timeline is like for the new generation. Obviously timing will be different. The older you get, the more likely you'll cover all of the different events. Right now though, for sure, I think the easiest way to start to relate immediately, ironically, is to address all of the behaviors and imparting emotional responses to them. So like connecting your sadness to your lifestyle, seeing the association of how your lifestyle reinforces certain emotional apathy that you have. And what I mean by that is when someone says they're sad and they're like, I learned to deal with it. This is emotional apathy. I'm referring to. When you're sad, you don't do anything about it. You're apathetic. You're apathetic so much to the point where you prefer to just continue being sad until it's the new standard. Instead of exploring it, right? Instead of looking at it, it's like, oh, well, you know, some of these things kind of make me sad. Or you interact with another person, it's like, hey, have you noticed that you're usually sad when you're doing these things? That type of thing. Exploring with another person or within yourself, if you can, if you're able to. So emotional apathy is one of the things. You suck it up. Stoicism. Right? Stoicism. Now, back in my opinion, back turning 20 years back, I feel like Stoicism was is a cool thing. Like it's a thing that doesn't happen very often. It still doesn't really happen very often. And what I mean is, you can probably point out people who are stoic, right? They're unmovable rocks, they're solid foundations. The question is, do these stoic people do these stoic people actually have emotional apathy? I don't think so. Like a stoic person doesn't lack emotional awareness. They actually are very aware of emotional awareness. It's their practice, is their routines and stuff, in my opinion, that allows them to be stoic. So like, they're not, though the most consistent people who are stoic are not numbing themselves to their emotional awareness. They actually have, in my opinion, I would argue they have greater emotional awareness than the vast majority of emotional people. And what I mean by that is emotionally apathetic people. So like, when someone gets angry, right? They get angry and they type like a hateful comment to make themselves feel better, yet they can't understand the nature of what triggers their anger. Well, a stoic person understands the trigger. So when they understand the trigger, it doesn't have to lead to anger. I think that's one of the concepts that made someone, the reason why I think there's a disconnect on this like not understanding this part, is how often someone says, well, you know, I've never seen you angry. I'm like, I do get angry. How I express it, you know, how I filter it and manage it in real time is very different. I still feel anger, right? Being human is to still have emotions. How you manage those emotions and channel those emotions, they come with your routines. When something makes me angry, I try to turn it into a positive thing. I still know what the anger is. Like, when someone is making me really disappointed, I turn it into a proactive opportunity. That's what makes it feel like someone is stoic or optimistic or purposefully cynical. Like, I can be perfectly cynical where and when, right? When appropriate. So emotional apathy is when someone has emotional things that they feel like is way out of their control. And yes, you can't control everything, every aspect of your emotions. But feeling you are also not completely out of control as well, right? You can feel depressed and you don't have to explain it. What comes after is something you can work on. So maybe you can't contain the triggers. But knowing where the triggers are can help you mitigate them or change them, change the nature of them. So I think in online, the trendy word that I'm gonna say now is emotional apathy. Emotional apathy is the virtual epidemic. And it's not bad or good until it is challenged with a problem that it cannot solve, which often deals with emotional outbursts. Emotional outbursts or internalized pain. I think those are two very common ones. Emotional outbursts or internalized pain. Without being surrounded, it is very difficult to stop viewing things objectively. Especially online. Like, you can't, when you see a 70% on your test score, it's undeniable that you did not, 30% of it was wrong. And because of the nature of how habitual this is to look at numbers, these emotional outbursts or these internalized pains have nowhere to go. There's no alternative. Because this is objective fact. So what do you do about it? It requires emotional intelligence to figure out what to do about this. I could say quite a lot of things about how to look at this. It's an uphill battle though. Like, for example, when I see 30% wrong, I see 30% potential gain. So let's go for it. I see a content that I'm interested in. That's my emotional coping mechanism. When I get a 70 on a test, it's not about the 70 I got right. This is boring to me. Because, good, I know 70, but this is interesting. I got 30% wrong. That's free content. It's the content that I need to work on. So it's no longer a wrong negative thing. It's an excitement for the future that I can work on. I have 30% to gain. In fact, sometimes... Oh, they're saying... In fact, sometimes when I get 100%, I'm like, what do I do next? Right? Because there's no more learning potential. So you might be thinking, oh wait, but doesn't that sound like a negative thing? It's like, but I'm thinking about what to do next. I've already moved on from this. So that requires emotional intelligence, not objectives. There's no, like, objectifying this can be a double-edged, because if you're going to tell yourself you need to get 100% to move on, objectively speaking, then it's going to cycle between that until you get the 100%. Instead of like, oh, seeing what 90% feels like or 80% feels like and still be able to move on and come back. Requires a bit of emotional intelligence. Okay, all right. So let's go over these for our kanji recall. All right. So, Oji-san, we have the 2 honorifics. A term used to refer to men of around middle age that may or may not be related to one by blood, right? Unk. This is Unk. The Unk status. Oji-san. It's more like Mr. Unk. For the Gen Z. For the Gen Z internet, is Mr. Unk. Oyaji is more like unk. Oyaji. Yeah. But this is Oji-san. Oji-san is more like Mr. Unk. A little bit more polite than calling someone an unk. Okay. And then let me think of the two characters. So we have the two honorifics characters. And then, of course, our father character. Father figure character. Alright. An expression that is used to confirm or agree with a statement, often in an enthusiastic manner. So. Desho? Desho fine too. The act of becoming lost. You see your About Me sign says tech enthusiast, Malaka about you found the longevity scene. Any opinions on it? A longevity scene. Are you talking about like life maxers and whatnot? What type of longevity scene? It says so like, are you talking about synthetics? Like biomechanical medical devices? By longevity scene you mean like Sense Foundation, Aubrey, Decree, Research? No. I'm actually not sure who Aubrey the Grey is. If I've even pronouncing it. Oh, no. Oh, I see. The reproduction of the caloric restriction thing. No. Is this the same hit? Like, are we talking about this bearded dude? Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. That's interesting. London. I don't even know what this term means. Sounds very controversial. Oh. That is the term for who specializes in study of aging. Interesting. That is peculiar. I mean, I have a scientific background, but typically I don't think of the study of aging as a separate emergent discipline, but more the interface of psychology and sociology, possibly, or even epidemiology, but typically like psychology and genetics, possibly neurobiology, I suppose. You follow those things a bit, that's why you asked? Oh, okay. May I ask what interests you about aging? What are the prevailing thoughts that you prescribe to? Like, what I mean is, what are theories and concepts that interest you? When I was still in academics, like in academia, one topic that was very trendy at the time, which is related to aging, is caloric restriction. And that came at the interface of psychology and biochemistry. So psychology, biochemistry were two of my interdisciplines. And the aspect of caloric restriction is predicated on the idea that biology contributed the whole idea of radical species. Radical species due to cellular respiration, right? Cellular respiration. And psychology is due to the aspect of dieting and like satiety work, which these are very popularized topics now online for the young audience. And in between there was an emergent quality of genetics, which my background was in genetics. And we're not talking about genetics as in your static compound, but more the dynamics in caloric restriction. So the dynamic compound is things that deal with radical species like ROs that lead to mutations, right? Mutational rates that are involved in oxygen radical species that deal with respiration. And this was a very long-lasting theory and concept that involves increasing longevity by interfacing dietary restrictions in the form of consuming less caloric calories in order to minimize radical oxygen species due to cellular respiration. And then you can integrate other things like food culture and whatnot, because you also have the whole idea of antioxidants, right? Antioxidants. I know a little bit about microbiota. So microbiota also contributes to this, but it's in a different realm of caloric restriction. But microbiome is like a new thing, newish, trendy thing that comes from a different discipline that contributes to longevity. You watched a BBC interview about that topic. It was very interesting. One claim as reversing the aging process easier than slowing it down. Reversing the aging process easier than slowing it down. Also, they talked about longevity escape velocity. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure what those words mean altogether. I can conceptually like guess, make an educated guess. However, slowing down aging process is dogmatic to the field of longevity, in my opinion. I'm not an expert in longevity, but it is the established dogma. Reversing the aging process is conceptual. It's something that, even with a background in genetics, would suggest that it's more of a change, not a reversal. Rarely is it a reversal. So, for example, are you reversing the process of aging by making genetic modifications in order to overcome a transformative event in tumorigenesis, like cancer, right? When a cancer shows up and you genetically modify and reverse the changes in order to prolong the person's life. Reversing should be technically easier because you repair cells rather than messing with the metabolism in the first place. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I mean. I think that's a logical fallacy. It's not easier. That is like suggesting that you can figure out the triggers and have the ability to identify all the known things experimentally, then addressing the symptoms. Holistically, in practice, it is far science is an observing, it's an observational discipline. You observe something in order to address it. So when you say technically easier, the technicality is knowing how to repair it, and that technicality is very difficult. It's so difficult that the entire vastness of scientific inquiry in medicine and longevity is predicated on addressing symptoms, not the cause. I think it's fairly debatable. I'm not saying I know the right or wrong answer, but it's incredibly debatable whether it is technically easier to repair a source, because you're involving, like most science, you're involving the process of doing that, not the end goal. Saying something based on what you know in any particular time point can often be seen as easier. The process of repairing the source of the cause, right, like the cause of aging, is exponentially, at least in my opinion, historically, far more difficult than addressing the downstream effectors, which is why modern medicine typically, you the expert, you just watch YouTube, and it seems there are some researchers who believe this approach. I hope it's possible, Saint. I really hope it's possible. Like, in my wildest dreams, it would be really cool to find like a solution to it. So, for example, when you say reverse, right? I follow, when it comes to molecular biology, I was a geneticist, so I worked in like viruses and genetics, right? And typically these things are used when something happens. So like, for example, I specifically looked at oncology, so basically cancer. So when a cell, like, you know, a happy cell becomes a mean cell, right? A mean cell, this has already happened. And then science observes this in order to turn this back to this. That is a change. Oftentimes, it's not a reversal. Because in order to reverse it, you would have to change all the states that you possibly know to go back to this original state. But usually this already happened. So that's kind of goes alongside with, rather than messing with metabolism in the first place. You're basically hoping that the change you make accounts and overlaps with all the things you're ignoring. So most of genetic research, for example, the reversing and the repairing of cells, involves understanding that your driver that you're using helps, quote unquote, reverse the damage that is already done. So, for example, if a cancer cell, right, if you have a bunch of cancer cells and they gathered up and they kind of destroyed your kidney, does converting these guys back based on a major driver will restore the kidney? Usually not. The damage is already done. So here's an interesting thought. Now, reversing things should technically be easier. Let's talk about another perspective that genetics and viruses can have. Replacing and substitution. This is the current type of therapy, like genetic therapy, that's being used. So they're taking and generating a replacement for the bad. So they obliterate the bad and generate new stuff to replace it. So you can even think about it in prosthetics. Prosthetics, like in artificial heart, Sometimes one day maybe there'll be bio-duplicated organs. The idea is the reversal technology that I think maybe longevity scientists are looking at, whatnot, is you're taking these bad cells and you're taking them outside, hoping to reconstitute them into smiley cells, and then those become replacements for the other obliterated cells. So you're replacing things, and that might extend the longevity. And this technique is being applied right now. So right now, if we were talking about the level of ease, this would be easier at the moment, which is like replacement substitution. So like if you lose an arm, is it possible to use the host cell to grow a new arm and reattach it? Like replace the arm, not reverse the damage that already happened to the arm. So usually from that perspective, it's a little bit more interesting to or more salient to demonstrate. It might not necessarily be true that reversing something is technically easier than simply actually replacing it, substituting it. And we'll see. I hope in the future all of these methods are a thing. I feel that reversing is harder than preventive. And preventive is harder than replacement. Thanks for actually, by reversing, repairing, you don't mean one monofix, but rather there seems to be 7 different problems and proposed fix according. Yeah. Which makes and not even one monofix. In fact, it would be ideal if it was one. That's easier. I was simplifying. I was simplifying the problem. Now there seems to be 7. That reinforces my point. It's emergent. 7 different problems create emergent problems in reversing. So like you have to, it's kind of like if we had we can use climate change. I think climate change is a great example. So if climate change deals with many things, right? Many observable things. So the problems, let's just say 7 of them. 7 of them would be like CO2 went up, right? The ozone went down. Tides went up. Icebergs went down. You see, like, these are the things you observe, the problems you observe. And then now you're attempting to reverse it. And in science, in my opinion, in science, you reverse. The reversal deals with reversing all of the things, like traveling backwards, right? The idea of reversing something is to take all the problems and travel backwards. Usually that is so emergent, so complicated. The reverse I feel that people are thinking of is a replacement. So you replace the icebergs. Maybe you introduce icebergs. And you reduce carbon dioxide. But you're not necessarily reducing the carbon dioxide that has been converted. You're replacing it. And all of these are happening like asynchronously. Now, if we're thinking about it in the terms of a human being, right? It sounds very, very complicated. Especially when everything is observed from after the fact. you joined my Discord. Can you send me a DM? Can I send you a DM picture with those research? It's easier for me to show you what I mean, then you can comment on them. Sure. Feel free to DM them. Do you have a background in science? I mean, the BBC network probably has some valid arguments, I suppose. I'm simply doing this in the dark, so I don't think things are clear-cut. You follow tech and science channels, etc. for fun? I see. I'm kind of curious who are these people, but generally speaking, I haven't come across something like that. My background is typically by coincidence. This is coincidence. I study certain things that deal with aging, right? So like consequences of aging. Things like what's my nickname on the server? It's at the top. The server is the admin. I'm the admin. Okay. I don't work in science anymore, for the record. I'm probably not that much different from someone who follows tech and science channels. In terms of the content, like content related things, whoever has more time reading or looking at content, that's fine. The comments you make off of the program, I would think either those researchers are incredibly bold and they're sensationalizing something, or maybe it's a TED talk or something that deal like a TED-like talk where it is reducing the complexity of the process in order to make it more palatable for others. Yeah, those are not easy. Yeah. I think that's an oversimplification. I understand the 7 damage types. I think that's a really reductive way of looking at damage type, because every single one of them does not describe where the source of the damage type is. Like if you replace these things, you do not replace the problem. It's a great way to generalize it though, like cell loss and cell atrophy, that deals with the Hayflick limit. And then division obsessed cells deal with oncogenesis, so we spoke about oncogenesis. Death resistant cells are oncogenic in nature as well. These are long living cells that maybe have telomeric mutations or things that allow them to stay dormant, right? Mitochondrial mutations, because mitochondria has DNA as well in it. And then cellular respiration is what we talked about, that deals with mitochondrial mutations. Intracellular waste products, that is that's when we talked about microbiota. So I already introduced microbiota. Intracellular and extracellular waste products, as well as extracellular matrix, deals with interactions, right? And interactions outside of the cell. So what happens is it usually deals with like bacterias, pathogens. One of the very popular places deals with the microbiota, your gut bacteria. That deals with because waste products tend to be not only within the blood-brain barrier, but also most of the waste products deal with your GI tract, your gastrointestinal stuff. So I did mention most of these damage types already. Cell loss, I didn't quite talk about telomeres and like the Hayflick stuff, but generally oncogenesis is the top 4, which is cancer. Top 4, and pathogenics, like exogenous pathogens like viruses and whatnot, as well as the GI tract, is the bottom 3. Well, they are bold for sure, you say, but at the same time, they spend a lot of money and already many years in this research. Whatever they say about many years, this type of research existed for many decades. So whether they spend a lot of money on this research or not, it's not to say that everyone else is also not spending. Like, they're commandeering a lot of research on top of their research. Their research is built on many foundations that they are overselling. For you, it seems it could be lead to a breakthrough, just like mRNA, Plant, Casper, or other fields like AI. Breakthroughs don't typically happen in that nature very often. However, you can have advances. CRISPR was not an advancement, like it's not a breakthrough. CRISPR was a long, arduous process of many discoveries combining together. I think the whole idea of scientific breakthroughs come from sensationalism. Underestimate, like for example, other fields like AI, AI is becoming popular. The idea of CRISPR is being popular. The advancements and breakthroughs in them is a long, arduous, systemically consistent process. So I would say if you're really hyper focusing on the language of like breakthroughs and stuff, popularization is not the same thing as breakthroughs. I find that very uncomfortable to state. Like, there isn't a breakthrough in AI. There isn't a breakthrough in RNA editing technology like CRISPR. CRISPR existed. All the concepts and stuff existed. They are built on top of each other. So maybe if they put in a lot of money and another 3 or 4 decades, you'll see a consistent improvement in tackling these type of damage types. Like cell loss and cell atrophy existed well before they started their research. So is the understanding of division-obsessed cells, death-resistant cells, mitochondrial mutations, intracellular waste products, all those types that requires, and even the difference between replacing and using stem cells, reinforcement, telomere control, which it looks like they did mention telomeres, and then autophagy genes, that's what the suicide genes are. Backup copies, right? Redundancy in mitochondrial DNA, right? Foreign enzymes, probiotics, etc., coenzymes, and immune systems. Immune system is kind of where I study most of the time, like I read habitually, because the stuff that I was talking about, the stem cell and genetic therapy, that's immune system related, like lymphomas, especially Hodgkin lymphomas. And then cross-link breaks, I mean, that in itself is a field of its own. So whenever someone says they're investing a lot of money in this research, I see at least 14 disciplines here. And every single one of those disciplines require more money than this one entire organization has. So, in my opinion, oversimplifying the contribution of one organization is kind of like, this is not a single discipline they're talking about. This is at least 14 different disciplines. And my discipline only lies in like a really narrow field of all of this. And I feel that that's why I think graphs like this and tables like this is overselling. It vastly underestimates how long it takes to quote unquote make a breakthrough. not that it's not promising. I think that's kind of the nature of science. Any research and suggestions is very admirable. So I'm glad to hear that there are people who are interested continuing to invest in research. May I ask what your professional background is, Saint? Like, I'm curious of like what type of process-oriented thing you do on a normal basis. I think that table involves a lot of things, like a lot of things to happen at the same time. My background like address maybe one of those points, which is probably the concept of DNA damage. And not even that, honestly. I didn't quite study DNA damage that much. It's more like DNA alterations due to exogenous particles. So like insertional mutagenesis. Insertional mutagenesis was my specific interest, like the process of insertional mutagenesis by a viral source. You're in accounting. You totally agree with you that breakthroughs sound a bit sensationalist and that this research is not only one field study. You can elaborate on that in a second. Oh, in accounting, that's interesting. It's not like, I'm not entirely sure what your motivations are in like what is the point of what you're saying. Like, are you excited about the research, which would involve you reading about all the research and not a general summary of what needs to be done? Is how it's supposed to be done is probably what I'm thinking. I'm trying to gauge how well, you know, not having seen this BBC network thing, how well you understand how it's done, like how people talk, like what the process involves, not the results. Because you totally agree with me that breakthroughs sound a bit sensationalist. In what manner? The manner for me is that the process is incredibly difficult. It might not even be necessarily easier either. It's gonna be tough, but also pretty potentially doable, with their whatever their contributions are. Yeah. It's kind of like starting to sound like a SpaceX plug or something. Very possible. Not impossible. No one's saying it's impossible. You're excited about future tech and future developments. The concept of longevity escape velocity means that our life expectancy is rising faster than we age. Or an attempt to do it, right? An attempt to do it. At the current moment, it's not the case, but an attempt to do it. It'll be interesting. Yeah. I don't really... There's a... Do you have any interest in... Do you have any interest in philosophy? Because the idea you do? Okay, well, longevity escape velocity comes with many very peculiar conflicts of interest in human philosophy. So my thought is being interested in future tech and future tech development is can be very enriching for someone, but the concept of longevity, escape velocity, because that being the motivation for looking at future tech and future development, I don't typically empathize with. I do not empathize with that, because I think that is that I guess that's very optimistic, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure if it's a possibility. I don't think I'm gonna live long enough to see it, but it would be cool. It would be cool. Interesting. Are these networks, like these BBC programs, just happen to be about breakthroughs? You know, AI development goes way back to Marvin Minsky, right? Later we had Schmidt-Huber with okay, later coined as deep learning. Sure, we go step by step, but there are moments where tech has breakthrough, just like the iPhone or ChatGPT. Sure. How do you define a breakthrough? What are your qualifications for a breakthrough? By the way, I still don't empathize with you when it comes to how you generalize like steps, like results and steps, without understanding the process of what makes them happen. So like, it's not, or like, to understand breakthroughs is not to pick specific points in time and view them as a singular point in time. The understanding that you maybe agree with me, which maybe we fundamentally disagree. The reason why I say the breakthroughs are that this is something people don't pay attention to. So even the iPhone and ChatGPT was sensationalized because they were looking at points of distances, comparing 2 points that are far apart. When you work in the field, which I don't, by the way, I don't work in the field of electronics or machine learning, this process is what the process of developing that becomes more vivid. So that's what I mean by not breakthroughs in the modern age. Especially in fields that deal with genetics, oncology, and so on, which is where our beginning topic was about. ChatGPT and iPhones are due to the nature of popularization, not the technology that it involved that created the breakthrough. Miniaturization, mass production, and popularization is considered, I would agree with you, if your metric for breakthrough is its accessibility. Accessibility and scalability. You see it that way. There's some point, not a miracle moment, but a point where the society exposed in you. Yeah, accessibility and scalability is where you're quantifying your breakthrough. The BBC thing that you were talking about with the graph are problems that they're addressing that requires a long, arduous process that is not dealing with scalability, accessibility yet, and popularization, which can be very rapid. This part can be very rapid. Like, for example, a common classical breakthrough when people talk about it, it's like penicillin. The discovery of penicillin. That is a breakthrough. When it became mass, right? When it hit scalability, accessibility, and so on, right? Its discovery was serendipitous, which can elicit the feeling of breakthrough. Now, that was long ago, right? That was very long ago. My inclination was that the discussion of breakthroughs when it comes to technologies and developments now is due to scalability, accessibility, and popularization, not serendipitous discoveries. It's usually due to application. So yes, exposure to new technologies would deal with scalability, accessibility, and popularization. Yeah. And since you quantify by that, I think most things will feel like that. Because we live on the internet. So like most of your information that you're gathering right now is through the internet. And internet is propagated. And then we can even look into AI technology if you want. AI technology is self-propagating. Most social media is self-propagating. Right? Self-propagating. So yes, there are going to be many breakthroughs. Most things will feel like breakthroughs when you're measuring based on accessibility and scalability. In fact, scientific knowledge is seen as a breakthrough. So like when you know something, right? When you learn something, it's seen as self-propagating on the internet. So just knowing CRISPR makes it a breakthrough. It's an exposure to new technology. And I agree with you then. So with accessibility and scalability in mind, I think there are going to be many breakthroughs, not just in aging, but in pretty much anything that catches a trend on the internet. Most of them are going to be breakthroughs. Unless there's someone on the internet who likes to retread old things. I'm not entirely sure they like to retread old things. I do have a retreading of old things. But I'm not trending either, so that's a thing to keep in mind, I suppose. Like recently, for example, many people believe that there's a breakthrough in nutrition. There are many breakthroughs in nutrition, and one of them would be like probiotic supplementation. Right. Whether that's true or not, if the breakthrough produces something or not, it is a breakthrough because probiotic supplementation is accessible and scalable. And then as long as the people believe or like produce research, which for the record, people who do probiotic supplementation, they pay for research on their behalf in order to substantiate their breakthroughs. It's kind of interesting. I'll have to. You've brought up a very this discussion has given me a very fun topic to talk about in the future. I really appreciate your time. I like to believe that aging becomes more comfortable in the future. Like before I leave this world, right? I like to think that technology will introduce many breakthroughs that allow the accessibility and scalability to my personal life to improve the quality of life of aging people. Whether it contributes to the longevity escape velocity, right? It would be wishful thinking on my part. However, I would love to see many breakthroughs to ease my ease aging, right? Improving the quality of life of the aging process. One of the scariest things that I can think of, like to be a little bit morbid or cynical about this, is probably neurological degeneracy. Not degeneracy, sorry. Neurological degeneration. I would love to see a breakthrough in that at some point. Which neurological degeneration is kind of a little bit outside of the 7 damage types. A little bit outside. Welcome. You like those topics because it triggers your imagination and fantasy of how future may look. Yeah. The near future, Saint, I'm not entirely sure if you're into it, is a biosynthetic replacement. So like if you lose an ear, can we reproduce the ear and give you a new ear? You heard that protein folding simulations and other biological are good use cases for future quantum computers. Yeah. Like saying here's my fingers crossed between you and me, right? So there's already biomechanical synthetic hearts that have been quite successful at extending a person's life when their heart fails. I can't wait to see if either you or me live long enough to see the first like biomechanical heart, because heart disease is still like, nearly uncontested for the first point of failure for human organisms, right? Or maybe organisms in general, but specifically for humans, especially me being male. It would be that is very feasible in the next within our lifetimes, at least in the next 40 years, where you would be able to replicate human heart. And seeing a successful biologically synthetic heart go into the first person would be amazing. That would be what I would consider a breakthrough that is, again, not built upon the old adage of breakthroughs where there was a serendipitous discovery, but it would be wild to see someone get reconstituted with a heart generated from their own cells, which is on the right hand of that graph. A lot of it dealt with pluripotent cells, like reprogramming stem cells to biologically, like ex vivo, grow the particular replacements and then reintroduce it back into the host. And one of them is biologically generated ex vivo outside of the body's organs. So like a kidney, a liver, fingers. Oh, I imagine that's kind of the near future that I can kind of hope for. Outside of like your quantum computers and stuff. Obviously, quantum computing power is Google's flagship of newsreeling, the whole idea of quantum computing. There's also another one that's very interesting that I'm not sure if you come across already. What is it called? Quaternary? I'm gonna call it. I'm being unnecessarily esoteric here. Quaternary storage. I'm secretly saying using DNA storage. That's also in the field that involves the scaling, like quantum computing, where there's also quaternary storage that is based on the human biological storage, which is the genome, right? And the genome is a quaternary structure as opposed to a binary, right? Like a binary structure, zeros and ones. It revolves around a system that requires four. Oh yes, you heard that just recently, how DNA stores petabytes in 100 grams or something. Yeah, so that I feel could happen. I would love to see the first. Think about it. It's crazy to think that a cell could be a macro unit for maintaining quaternary storage. Pretty wild. Like I was watching a science fiction. I was watching a game. Oh, okay. You said Eureka, like the Eureka moment early on. There was this show that someone suggested. It's 2006. It ran for 5 seasons. It's called Eureka, by the way. And one of the hypothetical situations in the Eureka show was having a bio integrated computer, like a quantum computer that was biologically engineered with like biological storage, and they send the ship out to space, right, to like collect something. And when it came back, it ended up having to resort to an emergency storage system. And the way the bio-engineered computer system ended up storing the information was to produce a clone of one of the scientists, because they found hair follicles in it. So then when the ship came back, all the stored data that the ship observed, like the computer ship, was stored in the clone, in the human clone. And they extracted the human DNA to read all the information from the journey. I did watch 3 Body Problem. Yeah. Oh yeah, they had a small storage unit in the plot as well. I enjoy science fiction quite a lot. Much like you, I believe that using science fiction is a great way to entertain our imagination and fantasy, while certain things have become like very real. Like for example, Black Mirror. Most of those technologies have come true in some sense, right? You can go as far as back as like Blade Runner, for example, and I think Black Mirror is probably the show. Of course, Black Mirror is looking at it more from a systemically cynical perspective, and I would love to see a positive spin on it. I watch Star Trek most of the time, so like Star Trek is and Eureka was from more of a positive perspective. It was from a utopian perspective where humans have formed technologies that allow them to go beyond the limits of their humanity. Situations like observational exploration stuff. You love the Next Generation, the man from Earth. One dude says one's era is magic, is another era is science. Absolutely. Good one. Very good one. Very, very good one. Yeah, right now I'm currently watching like Strange New Worlds, and I didn't catch up with Picard, but Picard is more drama oriented. Strange New World turned into a little bit more dramatic, but yeah, we went, you know, the OG, the original generation, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, then Enterprise, right? I feel like I'm missing one. And then now the New Age reboots are Picard, Strange New World, and then there's some like spin-offs like Lower Deck. Those are comedies though, like Lower Deck, and there's also Prodigy, which is like that for kids animation series thing. I feel like I missed the old era one. One of the old era ones. What's between Deep Space Nine and Voyager? Is there one between? I might be a little crazy here. Really cool. Or there's what other shows? Expanse is great, but that's a space opera, so not less so about the technology side of things. You think Lower Decks is inspired by one TNG episode called Lower? Yes, it is. Yep, that's where they focused on that. People. Yep. Agreed. I think that's the story behind it. What is the science fiction you have recently saw? I'm curious. Alter Carbon? Oh yeah, Alter Carbon, the stack design, different ways to overcome like persistence. Alter Carbon. There are animes as well, like Ghost in the Shell, right? Ghost in the Shell visits that same. A lot of the concepts in Alter Carbon and like the conflicting of humanity and stuff is also present in Ghost in the Shell from like way back times. What is obviously the Blade Runner movies. Have you seen a show on Amazon Prime called Upload? That's a replacement for you. Speaking of the interface of AI and death and longevity. Yeah, Upload ended up it's one of like those sci-fi things. Sci-fis get cut short oftentimes, but they manage to like conclude and wrap it up. But Upload is a very quaint one. It's kind of like taking your afterlife shows, you know, things that deal with the philosophical and spiritual, and then decide to take a technological spin on it. So it's kind of more of a surrogacy through technology. Like, you can, the premise is to go beyond your, Severance. Yep, Severance is another way. It's not a real sci-fi, but a bit dystopian. It is sci-fi in the sense of its technology, right? The technology is sci-fi. And that's the idea of creating neural interference. Yeah, neural interference is the premise of its sci-fi thing. But I agree with you. It's dystopian in the sense that it's a drama series, right? It's a sci-fi drama. So oftentimes, like for example, Expanse is sci-fi, but it's a sci-fi drama. So it's not focusing on the technology itself, but more the drama of the nature of the future. And Severance is one of those too, where it has the anachronism of the technology, and then the drama is what paves around it for sure. And Upload is very similar. So Upload, instead, have you ever seen people play a game called Soma? Or read a science fiction about transfer consciousness? A transference of consciousness. That's probably the same thing here. So Upload the idea is that you can upload your consciousness to a electronic platform. It's kind of like a Black Mirror, the Black Mirror episode with anything that deals with simulation of someone's consciousness, or like a copy of one. So upload introduces the technology, the anachronism that you're able to upload your consciousness and live on a platform. So then the world are stored on hard drives, right? And that's pretty much, that's kind of the setup for that. You believe there's hard and soft sci-fi, and sometimes the sci-fi is just the background for the drama. Yes. I call it like wet and dry sci-fi. I don't say wet. I typically say there's sci-fi and then there's dry sci-fi. And Star Trek is largely dry sci-fi. Picard, for example, is the soft. And then like the Next Gen is a bit of the dry sci-fi, and it varies, you know, obviously it varies. It's on a continuum. You got your dramatic and your dry, or in other words hard, which is a very similar word. Something that's dry is also hard, although I don't usually say wet because people, you know, wet is weird. So yeah, yes, the wet, the dramatic and wet, you know, your passionate sci-fi, right? You got your wars and you got your treks, right? You got your mockumentaries. You got your mockumentaries and your dramatizations. And then you have your like dystopian and utopian. Less so utopian. And then you got your realism. Right. That's very interesting, especially because of the hard problem with consciousness and philosophy. Also the concept of philosophical zombies or P-zombies. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So upload is tackling another thing. It's very quaint. It's a cozy show. And it's largely seen as a utopian society. Utopian until it becomes dystopian. So it's like utopian on surface, then became dystopian. And dystopian more from a very human thing, corporations. So it's corporal. Like for example, here's a sci-fi that most people might not think. The Boys is a sci-fi. In fact, superhero things have become such a big subgenre that it is now a superhero thing, right? Like Boys is a superhero thing, but it is predicated in sci-fi. It just hasn't happened yet. Think about creating a panacea serum to reinforce all biological aspects of a human being. That is what V is. A VOT serum. That's what the V serum is. Nearly like you know, the late Stan Lee, right? The late Stan Lee of Marvel. Right, of Marvel, most of his inspirations and the way he construct like Spider-Man and the Hulk and all those characters are predicated on sci-fi, and it's the soft sci-fi. is the one anachronism. Like for example, what if there was a transgenic spider that bit a human being and imparts you know, mutagenesis in the person. So you're wondering what would happen to you when you copy your consciousness. Would I still experience myself still, right? Yeah, there's a game. I don't know if you're interested in obviously you're on Twitch, so I want to like extend this, but there is a game called Soma which plays on human consciousness. So consciousness of self, or you can watch really, really old films like what is that Arnold Schwarzenegger film? He was he. I don't know. You've seen it? Not Terminator. It's about clone. The twist was, oh, was it called Total Recall? No. Hang on. The Sixth Day. It's not a great film, but The Sixth Day. That type of thing. Where like, are you yourself or are you the other person? Obviously, I'm spoiling in like a really old film, so if you're not gonna see it, that's fine. The idea is, one can't substitute for the absence of one's consciousness. Ghost in a Shell, the anime Ghost in a Shell also explores that. The whole phrase, this phrase called Ghost in a Shell, whoops, not Ghost of Shell, Ghost in a Shell, is exactly that. And there are a couple, I forgot which, oh no, Alter Carbon did it, where like body dysphoria, right? You know, like if you are able to transfer consciousness, which you experience like dysphoria and all that stuff, like because all this stuff still exists even within one human being. Like when you undergo like some sort of like facial change, like even like braces, for example. I'm not sure if in your lifetime you've experienced this, but like when people have braces and they have it for a couple years, and then when the braces comes off, they immediately experience body dysphoria, where like you become detached from yourself, you dissociate, you temporarily dissociate from your body and stuff. So that's kind of a neat concept. A lot of these do deal with it. Ghost in a Shell is dealing with transfer of consciousness. So like the anachronistic technology was that your main character has the ability to move from body to body, as in she is simply a ghost in a shell. And then there's like delineation, like where certain people start to lose a sense of self, and then that's where the conflict is. And Soma is a video game that deals with cloning yourself. So the one twist is you slowly find out that you had to do certain things where you saw your old self, but technically the self you're playing is a new self. So that is the thing with the game Soma. Soma is more like a slightly walking sim like interactable game where they tackle the concept of being able to clone yourself, but at the same time witness yourself. So there are times where you get into this situation where like, oh, you're trapped in a chair, but you see your other self. And the idea is the clever ending, or like, sorry to spoil maybe potentially a thing. The idea is like, if you go somewhere else, if you like transfer your consciousness, right? Or like if you make a copy of yourself, like upload it in, which is the premise of upload, are you still the same person, right? And Soma plays on this a lot, because not only do they infer that you do not, because when you copy yourself, you're not the same person. The idea is you can even witness the person you were playing, and now you're a different person who just happens to be the same person as the person that you're looking at, which is crazy. I love these concepts, but that's kind of one of those things. I agree with you about the whole like consciousness thing. Like there was a name for it. I don't remember what the name is in many of the science fictions. It's like the problem of yeah, I don't remember what it's called, but It deals with the protection of one's conscience. And that's a great thought experiment. If you copied, how do you know if you started experiencing yourself starting with the copying as a new self if you were the old self already? Exactly. And some of the philosophical obviously idea is like, well, when there are twins, right? When there are twins, it's not like the one twin think they're the other twin, if you know what I mean. So in this way, oftentimes whenever I think about longevity, so we'll go back to your first topic when you talked about longevity and whatnot, like seeking and escaping. I think escaping the like longevity, escape velocity is a very interesting concept because it circumvents, as in like it moves around the concept of the problem, quote unquote, the problem of the consciousness transfer. The alternative is like Ghost in the Shell, the show Ghost in the Shell, where the rest is replaced, but not the brain, which Alter Carbon did the same, where like not necessarily the initial stack, but after the stack, you are no longer dependent on your corporeal self. So the culmination of the self-being is preserved then, but the original copy is gone. So like in Alter Carbon, obviously they acknowledge that, where the original biological person that was the copy of the stacked person is no longer in existence anymore. So they themselves have experienced their end. The one that is stacked now is permanently propagating into the future, and that is often the other concept of circumventing the consciousness. You simply follow the experience of the person who is post that consciousness transfer. Fantasy games or fantasy shows run parallels as well. Fantasy shows run parallel to sci-fi when they talk about longevity, right? Like for example, Lord of the Rings, you have elves, right? Dwarves, and humans. And then there's the concept of resurrection, right? Resurrection or rebirth. And rebirth is kind of where you get that fantasy equivalent of the consciousness problem. And if you're wondering who I'm referring to when I'm talking about Lord of the Rings, Gandalf. Sorry, I like I'm a pretty big consumer too. Gandalf. Gandalf the Grey is not Gandalf the White per se. There was a rebirth. So the idea is like when one experienced death or something like that, it's even interesting to think about what happens when someone experiences death and then was brought back to life. Are they the same person anymore? That kind of thing. Many other types. You say fantasy was there before sci-fi, covering those topics, originating in myths, etc. Humans can imagine people flying, living forever, etc., without the need of scientific explanation. I would take your argument and flip it on its head and say that science fiction was fantasy before it was science fiction. So yes, I would agree with you. But origination is semantics. You're talking the realm of linguistics. Fantasy and science fiction were the same thing. What was fantasy was also science fiction. So much like you're talking about originated in myths and stuff, what is seen as fantasy is now seen as science fiction, largely due to a semantic change. Just like a semantic speaking change. Imagining people flying and living forever is continuing to be a fiction or a fantasy or science fiction until it becomes no longer a fantasy or fiction, right? I think the whole adage of adding science to it was not necessarily because science didn't exist. It was the semantic evolution of the language of classification. And I also do not believe that something that originates and ends have any prevalence on its importance, which is what you might be suggesting without the need. Like, fantasy was science. Like, what I mean is, in order to know what is fantasy, it is grounded in science. Like, when people wrote about people flying and living forever, the concept of understanding that is a fantasy is to understand what is grounded. The chemistry grounded in alchemy? Yeah. Like, what I mean is, like architecture, for example. You could say architecture was predated by shelter. I don't know, what would you call it? Because not all architecture is in the guise of sheltering or something like that. So I would say, yeah, I agree with you. They're all together. They definitely originate. So what was myth? Like, let's wrap it all together. Watch an MCU film, right? Oh, you didn't want to imply any importance. Well, originating in myths, without the need for scientific explanation, that would imply that scientific explanation is not important. In fact, the lack of a scientific explanation is the origination of what is a fantasy. So the idea of scientific explanations, or the need of it, is necessary to understand what is fantasy. So when you're implying an importance, that's where I was getting at. Not that I'm saying you didn't want to. I'm saying that the lack of a scientific explanation is what is important. Otherwise, you wouldn't know if it's a fantasy. Like, living forever could be real without understanding scientific inquiry. So, no one lives forever, right? So if you see a fantasy about living forever, how would you ground that it's a fantasy without scientific inquiry? As in, like, the existence of science itself. Now, whether there's an explanation or not, yes, it still requires the concept of observational ability that humans have. What I'm specifically saying is, science fiction or science itself existed since linguistics, like the idea when we classify what is fantasy, right? What is fantasy? Well, it's not achievable with the science explanation, so science also existed. Now, the genre of science fiction, it's definitely a delineation from the following subtext, right? Like, you could still call science fiction a fantasy because it doesn't exist. Now, hear me out. Modern, I'm also, by the way, I'm not saying this is right or wrong because I don't actually know. My interest is, now the modernization is that fantasy nowadays, like when people talk about fantasy, they're talking about unachievable things versus science fiction, possibly achievable. Yeah, it's all in good fun, right? This is what is great. We're talking about language now, and that's kind of the whole buzz here, where we talk about language. So nowadays, the modernization, I'm going to say like post my lifetime, so post 1987, I think now the classification, like for as long as I lived, the one thing that kind of separates fantasy from science fiction in terms of like creative process, like a categorical creative terminology, is that fantasy is unachievable and science fiction is possible. It's plausible. So whenever you hear like people like, oh, this is a science fiction, not a fantasy, is the idea like, oh, some of these can eventually be explained, and it can be seen and gleaned from existing technology. Meanwhile, fantasy is like a flying human being is not possible, or a human being living forever. But then you make the arguments like it's highly improbable, which may seem like it's impossible. And then science is more so possible and still hasn't happened. That's kind of an interesting dichotomy that has split from this. Now, if I wanted to bring this all together, MCU film, Eternals, or something like that, where there's a long living alien race or creature that made fantasy explainable by science. So then it becomes a science fiction and a fantasy at the same time, which is the hero genre, the superhero genre, where you, in order to explain like things like fantasy, like a celestial or a god, it's simply a misunderstanding of a farly more advanced entity, right? So then you get the science fiction and the fantasy coming full circle, where humanity, oftentimes they portray and try to explain humanity, like why does humanity have tales of mythology, right? Mythology. And those mythological people turned out to be explained scientifically later down the road as like aliens or advanced technology or some anachronism introduced from an older bygone era that landed on Earth. So those things, those like two different things, they become inseparable. It's a great observation about fantasy was there before sci-fi. I think they were both in existence. I think the semantics is that the use of the terms have become popularized to be separate things, if you know what I mean. And MCU does it in a way that it's hard to know if they were talking about fantasy or sci-fi, like for example, Superman. Well, he's an alien. He lives on a planet that is evolved into a species that operate under different circumstances that the planet Earth has. If you have a very strong, if you know what I mean, like for example, someone who can appear like they're flying could simply be just jumping very high for a very long time. Someone who's gliding and floating in the air could simply be moving faster than the rotational speed of the planet. That's kind of the could you say sci-fi is a subset of fantasy? Fantasy doesn't care about explanation, just imagination. Sci-fi worlds can have the same feature, but you try to rationalize it. That's a great way to look at it. However, fantasy tries to explain it though. They simply explain it grounded to the human experience. So like for example, elves, when they explain their behavior and their concepts, it's through the understanding of the human condition. And then when dwarves are like miners and like mineral seekers, is another aspect of the human condition. So fantasy is grounded in science. Like a person writing something is grounded in rationality. Now, what they rationalize is different. I agree with you. Like, if you're talking about fantasy, absolutely cares about explaining, but not the same. They're explaining different things. So, in sci-fi, you're talking about dry sci-fi here. So, dry sci-fi. They try to explain the world. So the world has to make sense. Rationalize the world. The fantasy that I chose was Lord of the Rings, which they try to explain the characters. So now we have the two common mechanisms for writing composition: world building versus character drama. Or usually it's referred to as a narrative, right? Character narrative, narrative, a character narrative. So if we take a fantasy that focuses on world building, then fantasy has to explain the world. So, like, for example, we'll say, what's a good one? Dark Material, maybe. Or like any steampunk. Steampunk is a subset of fantasy and even a science fiction, like and then cyberpunk, right? So regardless of their thing, steampunk and cyberpunk are branches of both fantasy and science fiction. However, these guys predicate on explaining world building most of the time. So the world building is that they care about explaining why the world makes sense. So like, for example, if elves live forever, right? Elves are immortal. You have to explain how they die, or if they die, and how they die in order to explain their behavior. Right. So that involves the character narration. This is the character bound thing that they're trying to explain. Now, elf society has to make sense too. Like, for example, do they reproduce? In fact, a lot of the elves parts, they don't really reproduce that way. So, and then they have to explain their hierarchy system. Their homes, like how their homes work. Like why do elves live among the trees, and like are the wise considered the wise people or the librarians of the world. They are used to explain it. They do care about it, and they explain it through science. And one of the sciences is psychology, right? Or you could add philosophy, I suppose. These are still rationales. Psychology and philosophy is still are still disciplines to rationalize things. So like, why do doors act the way they do, and why do they build in the mountains? And then humans, why are they erratic and infighting and afflicted with greed and malice, and then you have to think about the rationality of their lifespans. Humans live the shortest, doors live hundreds of years, and elves are immortal, technically. You try to digest that. I say in fantasy you have world building, including races, languages, sometimes magic is categorized like elements, etc. But ultimately fantasy only explains the world in such a way that you can understand the mechanics of the world. But the source of those laws can be miraculous, where sci-fi tries to say, hey, we don't need miracles. Upload relies on a miracle. I think the idea you're trying to delineate, in my opinion, is you're viewing feasibility as 0 and 1. So sci-fi has to be here, while fantasy occupies a bigger space in your head. And with this thing, I would say yes, sci-fi would definitely be delineated from fantasy. But it is not a subset of fantasy, which is your original argument. Like, the categorization that you had to qualify if sci-fi is a subset of fantasy, you had to create a conditional in which they do not overlap. So they can't be a subset of each other. If we were to evaluate it predicated on that. They both have world building, is the argument that you just made here. They both fantasy and sci-fi has world building. And then you delineated them by focusing on their distinctions, as opposed to looking at them on a continuum of world building. So this means that fantasy and sci-fi are on leveled playing fields now, because you are able to segregate them based on world building, and then you can separate them on character building, or whether they want an explanation or not want an explanation. The way to determine if fantasy is a subset of sci-fi is to categorize something that is in fantasy that sci-fi does differently. But world building is not something that that's unique to fantasy or sci-fi. So I was trying to illustrate that probably not, but you could make an argument, I suppose. Like, your argument right now is things need explanation. You're taking a stance, things need explanation. So then fantasy, or things don't need explanation. Yeah, so things don't need an explanation because it's fantasy. And then when they need an explanation, then it's sci-fi. So this, in my opinion, is the line of logic that I think you're trying to tell me to make it a subset. So explanation, right? We need to concern ourselves with explanation. So in fantasy, there's no need for explanation. And then when you need an explanation, it's sci-fi. So now sci-fi is a subset of fantasy based on the requirement, the presence or absence of a explanation. And I decided to take an angle. I'm like, well, fantasy doesn't care about explanation, yes or no? It's not no. It's a lot easier to refute the caring of something. So now we need a number line. How much does fantasy care about explaining things within their mechanics, or whatever miraculous it is? Well, this is miraculous, right? Miraculous. And this is explainable. So now we have a number line. So I would say, in order to do that, fantasy operates closer to this, and then sci-fi operates over here. So there's a point in which sci-fi and fantasy overlaps. Therefore, no, they don't often. I often find it difficult to see sci-fi as a subset of fantasy because they do overlap significantly on how they approach things. Now, if you took an example of fantasy not caring for an explanation and take an example of sci-fi having to care, because the opposite is also true. There are sci-fis that don't care about explaining things because they're miraculous technologies. So there's a predication, like for example, Dune does not explain certain things. They just simply exist. So they don't care about those things. It's the hand wavy thing, right? You hand wave the technology or grounding the technology. And this also exists where there's a point in which sci-fi don't care. So that's the null hypothesis. If fantasy doesn't care, does sci-fi care all the time? So this is what the graph looks like more, in my opinion. And because of this relationship where you can exist overlapped and not overlapped, it's difficult to subset them. So like to say, are all sci-fis fantasies? That would, if you can answer that question and say, yes, all sci-fis are fantasies, then it's a subset. That would be the qualification. Unless you didn't intend to say subset and you were saying something else. But to be a subset of something, it would have to have all the criterias of the existing thing, and then it differentiates in a smaller thing. So then all sci-fis are fantasies, but not all fantasies are sci-fi, which in this case, it's not true, because there are sci-fis that are not fantasies, in my opinion, personally, and then there are sci-fis that are fantasies, and vice versa. You can make the argument that the default axiom, if the default axiom is that yes, you need an explanation, then yes, all fantasies, all sci-fis are a subset of fantasies. If your axiom is no, you don't need an explanation, right? Then it wouldn't have the same resolution. Because not all science fictions have explanations. They're still science fiction. So like, how do you come upon a discovery of a miracle technology that allows you to transfer consciousness? It's still a thing of fantasy. It can be classified as science fiction because we understand the concept of consciousness. However, then fantasy has something too. When you're living forever, what happens to your consciousness? It's still a concept that involves science. What I'm probably, like, the TLDR for this one is probably my feelings that I'm trying to project, which you don't have to agree with, is that humans wrote these things. So oftentimes when you think about rationale, it's difficult to find a piece of creation that doesn't end up on a number line of rationality. So the need for explaining something. I could say that fantasy, sci-fi can qualify as a subset of fantasy, right? Like a subset of fantasy, by saying it deals with something that doesn't exist yet. And how close it is to existence is maybe what qualifies sci-fi as a subset of fantasy. So for example, something that doesn't exist yet is living forever. So living forever is a concept of fantasy. And a subset of fantasy is science fiction trying to talk about all the things that contribute to living forever. And it is the manner in which they it is the manner in which they explain living forever is where I think you're going. So this is me trying to maybe argue for it. So my null hypothesis, right? I don't think sci-fi is a subset of fantasy, but that makes my null hypothesis your hypothesis. So how could I explain that fantasy is a subset of sci-fi? So I would say something that doesn't exist. They both have things that doesn't exist yet. And it is the degree in which they don't exist that makes sci-fi a subset of fantasy. Because one can be explained, so to speak, and the other can't be explained. Or one, it doesn't matter as much that they explain as much. And this matters more. It matters more that there's an explanation. So in this way, it's about the existence of something that we can observe in the observable world. Fantasy and I have a word for this. Fiction. So fiction, fantasy, and sci-fi are under the umbrella of fiction. This is the dealings of existence. And then we can argue that fantasy don't care about explaining, like only just the mechanics of their world, and sci-fi wants to ground it in reality. So in this way, they are no longer subsets of each other, but they are both subsets of fiction. Because in order to be a subset, they would have to share an obvious quantity that you're measuring in order to determine it. So fiction would be the top level. So fiction, and then a subset of fiction is fantasy and sci-fi, which is what the categorizations we have now in today's, right, in like the modernization of today. Fiction is separated into fantasy and sci-fi. And I agree with you that fantasy, based on your most recent argument, is categorized by explaining the world in such a way that it explains the mechanics of the world. And it might not necessarily have to make sense. It can be completely abstract. And I totally agree with you. Like, for example, elves live forever. All their concepts and their things are conceptual. They are abstract. They could have made any rules for the elves to behave in, and that would constitute as fantasy. Right? The fourth wall, if I was being devil's advocate, the fourth wall would dictate that the person who's writing it would still ground it in science fiction. Not all the time. Again, remember that number line of overlapping qualities. There are certainly people who say, well, I just want to create a human being, like a creature that basically can't exist. And these are the rules for that creature. So it's no longer a piece of science. Science is not concerned with a creature that can't possibly exist in the world, like for example, like a demon, for example. Right? The concept, the abstraction of a demon. And that's what actually makes fantasy not sci-fi. So the argument that you made it so that it can't be considered as a subset. Like sci-fi can't be a subset of fantasy because demons exist, or like things that they don't care about. It would make them separate, so they can't be the same things. And then sci-fi as a fantasy as a subset of sci-fi, you can also make a logistic argument too. Like, oh, and a grain of salt. This is like I'm like we're just using logic here, right? So these are different logical categorizations. So like logical flow, right? We're talking about logical flow. We're not talking about evidence. So not evidence-based. As in, I'm not saying I know all these books, which books are more likely, statistical, like, are there more books that care or don't care? I can't speak to that. I don't read books very often, and I can only be limited by my ability of evidence. I'm talking about logic, right? So specifically, in order to, for example, a logical argument to argue that sci-fi, like fantasy, is a subset of sci-fi, right? As a like a mental exercise, I would take a quality that they both exist. So what do they both have? And you can make an argument explanation. Right? Sci-fi needs an explanation, so the axiom for storytelling, like the axiom for writing, is that you need an explanation. So then fantasy is a subset of sci-fi because it doesn't need an explanation. So this is the reverse of the argument. So you have to test the reverse of the argument. If explanation is the key way to organize things, is explanation necessary? And then I decided to take that explanation and turn it on its head and use world building as a way to compare them. So there are different levels of world building. So both of these exist, and their world building is needed. So both sci-fi and fantasy requires world building. And much like how I phrase the explanation, is the quality of a world building varied? Well, they both care about the world they're building, because it has to quote unquote make sense. However, they go about it with similarities. So the similarity is that it's a human, like humanistic. Like there are humanistic motivations, etc. However, if it was fantasy maybe cares less because they can make new rules. Right? They can make new rules. And those rules encompasses all of science fiction. So you can make an argument that fantasy is sci-fi is a subset of fantasy because fantasy can have all sorts of rules. And sci-fi can only have certain rules, which makes sci-fi a subset of fantasy. So that's probably where I would try to get back to your point about they don't necessarily care if it makes sense, like in a realistic way, because they can make up rules. And all of these rules encompass the certain rules of sci-fi. So that means like fantasy can make up any rules. It can explain anything, or doesn't care, as in it doesn't have to rationalize anything. You can make up anything you want and then accept it as true. And in that large group of rules and explanations, sci-fi can only use a subset of them, because only certain subset of them is plausible, the non-miracles. So to do the exact quote that you used, we don't need miracles. So fantasy has both miracles and non-miracles. Sci-fi just has non-miracles, according to what you're saying. You say fiction above is all yes. Fiction is about something that doesn't exist. Fantasy as a subset of fiction is about some kind of nature that doesn't exist, either another world or some imagined entity or proposition or event in our world. Yep. Sci-fi as a subset of fantasy is more specifically about those unexisting things, but on top they are seen as an extrapolation of our world. That would make them different. So in order to make that argument, fiction, right? Fiction, no, here, just a little, it's a slight tweak, just a slight tweak. And I'm on board with a slight tweak. So fiction and then fantasy checks out. And then you're arguing that sci-fi, or you're suggesting that sci-fi is a subset of fantasy. So fantasy has both our world and like made up world, imagined world. And sci-fi can only then be extrapolation of our world. So it has to be quote unquote grounded in our world, right? Grounded meaning grounded in what? Our world. So fantasy can be all of the above. So both of these deal with the existence, right? So both of these are works of fiction. And then fantasy have both our world and whatever can be imagined, because the imagination of a person is part of our world, right? The way someone writes an elf, writes a dwarf, writes life after death is grounded in their imagination, which is part of our world. However, science fiction can only write a fraction of it. It can only take a fraction of what is imagined by a person, because it has to be grounded in quote unquote science, right? So our observable world, right? And I agree with you. This flows well. Not that it is making it different, but the idea is fantasy is bigger. So to be a subset of something, the bigger thing is bigger. So now we're doing like this funneling thing, right? So fiction, fantasy, sci-fi when it comes to groundedness of something made up. And I totally agree with you. It's a great way to make an this form of categorization would flow logically. So the qualification here is it has to be our world, as in the observable world. Fantasy can have both, or all of it. It doesn't really matter, right? AKA, you don't have to care about it in the same way. You don't have to care that it has to be observable. It simply has to be a mix of everything. So then fiction is even bigger than that. You don't even have to care if it's fantasy or sci-fi. Fiction is all of this down here. So they can have a mix of both, like with the existence, you know, like if it exists or not. So this I agree with you. Yeah. That's a really compelling argument. Definitely. Because you're equating something that's bigger, right? You said observable. Is science only about the observable though? This is now another topic. The thing you're talking about, the thing to qualify, like you're saying fantasy and sci-fi, I'm inferring that when you say our world, right? And you use the word extrapolate, this is based on observable things. I'm inferring through the use of your language that in order to extrapolate something, it must be observable before you can extrapolate. That's what makes science, like, we go back to our first topic, right? About is it easier to reverse something? Right? It has to be observable first. And then you can observe what you can reverse back into, which can be easier than some things. However, replacing something is also based on observations, observable. So you can observe something that is healthy and then see how it changes to something unhealthy and simply replace it with the healthy thing. Reversible would be taking the unhealthy thing and changing it back, which is typically harder. You know, like winding time backwards. Taking the existing entity, and this leads into our discussion about consciousness. Because when we're talking about the idea of longevity, which, by the way, I have no idea about the topic of like the people who study aging. The idea of longevity is you can't replace the human. Because we talked about consciousness. So like if your brain becomes unhealthy, for example, and you replace it, you are no longer the same person. Right? So they have to operate on reverse. You have to talk about reversing things, not replacing things. So when it comes to aging and longevity, there's a kind of a more of an ideology prospect. The self must be reversed because the thing must be preserved. It must be the same thing. Replacement is not sufficient to allow someone's perceived longevity if you're talking in the matters of being a person. So then this paves all of our existing conversation where there has to be a thing that persists. It flows into our fantasy and sci-fi argument syllogistically. The thing has to persist in the larger category. Right, the thing that is a subset has to persist in the larger category to be a subset of it. So, for example, we can tie it back to the whole longevity thing. Science fiction is replacing organs. The body as a whole is fantasy. So very specific things can be replaced and extrapolated and observed, like you can replace an arm, right? That's part of the body. But the body as a whole will continue to contain things that the hand cannot. So like if you replace a hand and you replace a heart, you still have your brain as part of your body. So the body itself, you're still you with that asterisk. How much of you that are replaced, a subset of you that are replaced, eventually becomes not you, then you're in the realm of affecting fantasy. So like, for example, if your brain goes away and you replace the brain, it's no longer fantasy or science fiction in that matter, right? So then we have to go into the higher level of existence, which is fiction. And that's the idea that, well, if you make a brain again it can still be the same person. Something like that, with no explanation, and yet it requires the groundedness to anticipate its fantasy-like or science fiction element. That was a bit of a stretch. That last one, it's a harder tie-in, but very, very much related to a lot of other stuff. So observable things. So science, I agree with you in this case. This would be like a very compelling narrative if we're focusing on the observability of things. So, and it goes on a number line still, right? So observable. And extrapolating. Now the thing about extrapolating, the reason why I wanted to emphasize that it's about observable things is because that is a great way to separate fantasy from science fiction. However, there are things in fantasy that are also observable. So then that extrapolation can be placed on a number line, where you can make it a compelling argument that sci-fi and fantasy simply have a different degree of extrapolation of the observable universe. And that's where we go back to fiction and fantasy and sci-fi as separate subsets. Because if you're making an argument like, okay, well, flying humans, right? Flying humans are explained within the context of a fantasy world. If you're extrapolating from the real world, the act of flying and humans, then a person in a plane, in an airplane, is a concept of science fiction that deals with flying humans. So now we go back to the null hypothesis test. So this would be a challenge, an argument to the challenge of this, where sci-fi is a subset of fantasy that is predicated on whether you can observe and extrapolate things. Well, how far? How far are you going to extrapolate? So it's on a timeline, because it's on a 0 to 1. If pure fantasy is at one end and pure sci-fi is at the other end, then the extrapolation of something observable is simply how far did they extrapolate. When you're thinking about flying humans, it's the concept of a bird or like a flying creature, and a creature like humans that don't fly yet. Because now you're wondering, do I have an example? Yes, genetic engineering. Bionics. So if you're saying the concept of flying humans, now you're arguing, oh, well, flying humans being born naturally with wings versus flying humans that are engineered and modified through extrapolation being able to fly. So now we still have the problem of qualifying how far do you extrapolate, because in both cases it is usually the writer, regardless if it's fiction or not, is grounded in rationalization. From their observable universe. So like, to think of a flying human as a piece of fantasy, it would be observing a bird and a human does not share the qualities of a bird. While science fiction, despite still being observable and extrapolating, it can argue that there are flying humans because the means of gaining flight is explainable, which makes them different now. So when they are able to explain how humans can fly, they become science fiction. And when they don't explain why humans can fly, but explain it in the nature of it not existing, like the they try to explain why humans have wings, for example, right? It's like they grow luscious wings, they can explain that part. But science fiction can give human wings. So now we no longer have the compelling argument for this. Now we have the compelling argument that sci-fi and fantasy are subsets of fiction and not sci-fi is a subset of fantasy. So that's kind of an interesting argument too. Which argument do I like better? It's kind of fun to do both, you know? Like, that's kind of the great thing about rationalization. Like, we're literally extrapolating. It's so entertaining to do so. It's quite entertaining to do so. I see that Twitch is connecting to... I hope Twitch didn't, like... I saw the loading chat, a little icon show up on Twitch, so I hope Twitch is okay. Anyways, yeah, all of this. We can make a compelling argument for this, and a compelling argument for... You can tell which one I thought about more often. For myself, if we talk in the future, Saint, if you're interested in this topic, I talk about language learning or whatever, video games, whatever topic you particularly want. I typically talk in number lines. So oftentimes I pull out a number line and we would think of like, this is no and this is yes. And then we typically use like at least a Likert scale. A Likert scale creates degrees of separation. So like if your condition exists from here to here and someone else's condition exists from here to here, then if we are talking about an example that lies here, then both. If we are talking about the majority of examples, then they would be exclusive of each other, right? And then that would make an argument for categorization. That is my representation of how you categorize things, at least at a one level up. So like oftentimes categorization is the presence or absence of something, which is typically very concrete ideas. And then when we get into like scientific inquiry, it's whether the degree of which something is present or absent. So most of the time, like, you know, you could say, well, this thing is most of the time absent, so it'd be somewhere here, will occupy this space. Then it would largely be a yes. So then we could categorize it. If the categorization is predicated on the absence, we can count on the absence of it. If we want to categorize on the presence of it, it would have to occupy the degree of the examples would have to occupy here, which creates the categorization for this. And then in order to compare the two categorizations, they would have to either be mutually separated, which if they're mutually separated, then they form two separate categories. If they occupy like an overlapping space, like this, then there is a chance that this example has subsets because they overlap in properties. Then you can make an argument which one has most of the category. Like here, the greatest example of creating subsets is that this in itself, you have something that covers the full spectrum of something. And then you have, so this is A, and then B only covers a part of it. Then no matter what, this is the ideal argument for a subset. So in order to like make a compelling argument for every sci-fi is a fantasy, then you would have to qualify all of the things you pick. So whatever metrics, your qualities that you're picking, which in this case we did extrapolation or observable and extrapolation, right? If this stays all within that, then you can argue that yes, it's a subset based on observable qualities, right? And I do this a lot for most things. When someone presents an argument or presents a narrative to me, I spend a lot of time visualizing it this way, largely because this is a dimension that allows resolution of the what most people say is most. They use the word most, or people that I meet on a rare occasion say most, almost, rarely, often, as opposed to is, was, not, always, every, right? So these are the absolutes, and then these are the relatives. And typically I tend to gravitate towards the relatives to present like an interesting discussion about it. If I had to give you like a breakdown, like a rough anecdotal experience, I speak mostly 90% of the time using mostly, almost, majority, can be accepted, likely the case, versus I think the people that I talk to typically use binary. They use binary decision making. So what is something? This is that. Only this, right? Like only this, just that. Did I have every? Yeah. Never, right? There's also never, as opposed to mostly, almost, rarely, often, or maybe, possible, unlikely, that kind of thing, which deals with degrees. So you would have to view this as a distribution as opposed to what is or was not, because oftentimes that's a good approach in my opinion. Often things are on a spectrum. Yeah, and it makes it interesting in my opinion. Like for example, it makes room for both you and I to come to an agreement without agreeing to disagree. You know what I mean, Saint? Like the nice conversation that we're having now is that because we are viewing stuff on a spectrum, we can make more than one thing true. It's a bit of a quantum logic. Yeah. like remember that we live in an observable universe, right? Like us, the two of us, and then our abstractions are based on what we observe, like as in whatever our mind comes up, we observe it in our mind. So if that is the case, if we can make an accommodation for that, then usually all of this should include both of our conjectures. And that's usually a way to make it sound not that one is more important than the other, is that we want to understand both. Like, how did you come up with your logic? How did I come up with my logic? It's also a dialectical way. You say 0 and I say 1, then we find a higher synthesis. Exactly. Yep. That's exactly it. So for example, how can I think of a certain way first, and how can you think of a certain way first, and accommodate both of them together, right? So the natural inclination is to understand the spectrum that is between you and I, whichever stance we take. In fact, I'm going to be real. In another world, when you consume another product, you probably will be a 0 and I'll be a 1. like, because it's just one idea, right? So instead of saying zeros and ones, we could say I have idea prime, a prime, and you have idea double prime, or the other way around. And the idea is, when we understand the relationship between them, we can be B, as in it's a synthesis and the inclusion of both a prime and a double prime, right? As opposed to yes and no, or on and off and whatnot. Obviously, this is in the idea department. So we exchange ideas and we synthesize and integrate those ideas. Now, when someone gives me an argument, right? Like when someone, by the way, I do this for as long as I remember. So maybe like 20 plus years, right? 20 plus years I've been doing this. And what happens is, whenever someone presents an argument, like against me or with me, I typically confirm their argument first, take the null hypothesis, test an alternative idea, present that alternative idea, and then synthesize both the ideas together. So then there's an exchange in ideas and a collection of ideas. So then neither of us are either wrong or right. It's specifically how we look at the argument we're trying to make. And that, to me, is science, or like being agreeable. That's another way to look at it, you know, wanting to encourage each other, like, hey, next time you have a compelling argument, we can do against it, for it, any permutation of it, and then we can encourage ourselves to think about, hello there, Furry. Hello, Frost. So with all that said, I got a admission for you, Saint. You are officially in the 99th percentile because you have, quote unquote, survived the 3-hour period. Usually, whenever I talk about things, I start with a 30-second spiel for the high and leave people. And then we do a 5-minute spiel, tackling the first question being asked. And then we do a 1-hour spiel in which, not 1 minute, 1 hour spiel. 1 hour spiel in which I offer agreements, then an alternative. And then I usually, by the 3rd hour, I would tie it back to all of these. And what is this 99th percentile? Is usually how often I actually get to the 3-hour period. So if you're wondering, like, hopefully this thought didn't come to your mind, but I want to get ahead of it anyways. If you're wondering if you're distracting me from my studies, you're not. The whole idea is that I used language learning, and whatever I'm doing learning, as an opportunity to attract people who do like to learn and observe things and technology and etc. to engage in conversation. So before we go ahead and get further, I'm typically monitoring my time, and the whole purpose is to talk and encourage each other. Science or scientific method, at least. Yeah, at least. Yep. You mentioned abstraction based on observation. Let's take that as A. It would be a posterior truth. A could be a posteriority. Okay. Truth where you don't have observation as a ground. I don't know, actually. I actually don't know. I know what you're trying to say. Sorry, I'm not very well versed in pronouncing those words. But I think the thing you're trying to ask is, do you believe that there is something not observed that can be the ground of an idea, right? Like abstraction, where does abstraction come from, right? And now we're in the area of philosophy, and philosophy would dictate that where do you think your ideas come from? And we have to keep in mind, observable means all the senses, right? So this comes with the philosophy of, if we live in a universe, the only way we will be able to answer that question is if there's someone outside observing in. That's one of like the quote unquote the science I don't know, postulates, I suppose. One of the scientific postulates. So you and I cannot answer that question. We cannot answer an origin of observations when we live in the system that we're observing. Kinda, this is where Prokal would come by and say, oh yeah, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is a fun little physics thing related to that. The kind of. Yep. The distinction is we have truths of facts based on experience and truths of reason based on analytics. Yep. I agree with you. And those are all observable. To me. Because they involve senses. So extrapolation, you could argue extrapolation is not observable because it hasn't happened yet. What I said specifically was that the things we come up with is based on our observations, our observableness. And what is observable is through our senses. So our brain, etc. It's through existing in a system. So this is the system. All the things within the system, we live in the system we are observing. So in order to answer the question, is there something that is outside that we can come up with that isn't through our observations or experiences or based on our analytics, which are all through our observations, right? Is that there is an entity outside our system that tells us we did something that is outside our observations. We may never be able to answer that. I mean, I guess you could. I don't know. I don't know what it's like. That's kind of the philosophical question. Like, how can you be a non-human? Like, you need a non-human thing. Like now you could argue, okay, well, what about, say, a human in one system? Oh no, this is getting a little sus. We're gonna use so this is one human's experience, and this is another human's experience, right? And then when they create an abstraction, right? When they create an abstraction, like this is one human's abstraction, and this is another human's abstraction. These are different abstractions, and they don't overlap with each other. They don't overlap. Right? Then that would be considered fantasy. Or you could argue like maybe that is the argument for fantasy. Right? What someone observes, like for example, I dream of raccoons on flying on the cloud, and then you're like, what the heck, dude? But now I understand because you expressed it to me, right? That's an abstraction. So this way you can say, yes, there's that argument. There's a distinction between the truth of facts based on experience and the truth of reason based on analytics, right? Those are the distinction. The thing I was saying was you're in a larger system, the observable universe. So when you were asking rhetoric, is there a truth, right? Like a overall truth? Well, we live in the system that we observe. It would require another entity outside, much like A and B. So it would require an entity that is entirely outside, who may also observe us or something, like, whoops, like whose entity encompasses us and also the system we live in, which could be identified like this way, or they have a truth outside ours, right? They have a truth outside ours, and it's the same, in my opinion, it's a similar relationship between A and B. What about mathematics with higher dimension, etc.? We cannot observe that, but we can agree on it. We observe the things in order to agree on it. And I'm not talking about whether it's observable now. We're talking about observation through analytics and deduction. Like, mathematics is through the observation of our existing universe. We agree on it because it's through the observation of our universe. We can try to extrapolate, which is still based on our deductions. We can extrapolate the boundaries of our system. We can agree on that. It's still based on our observations. What we can't observe, we can't confirm. So neither, like, what I'm saying is, you can neither confirm nor deny the things that we agree on is outside of our observable universe. Like, we can't confirm nor deny. It's neither. It's like, you can confirm, like, maybe there's another compelling argument where you can, like, you can't do both. You can do one or the other, but you can't do both at the same time. Which is kind of like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle situation, like Schrodinger's cat situation, right? Like, you know, Schrodinger's cat about, like, you put a little cat, right? You put a little cat in a box that looks more like a rat, but you put a little cat in the box. It's like, now it's no longer observable. Do you know if it's dead or alive? We can agree that the cat is in the box. You know what I mean? Like, if we observed the cat being placed into the box and we close it, then we can use our observations and analytics to surmise whether the cat is alive or dead, but we can no longer observe it. However, that's what that distinction is. That's what the mathematical distinction that you're asking, and I agree with that. Whether we can confirm nor deny that the cat is dead or alive, we can't do that anymore. And the deduction that we made is based on our observations. So, like, we know there's a cat in the box based on observations. The abstraction of whether the cat is alive or dead is neither confirmed nor denied, but we can certainly agree on certain things because of our ability to extrapolate, analyze, etc. Like, the likelihood is very high. Like, for example, we put a cat in the box for like 20 years. The likelihood is the cat is dead. So we can agree. We can't confirm nor deny that to be true, since we didn't observe it. We can't look inside the box. Now, the cat is obviously, this cat situation is figurative. It's metaphorical for mathematics and physics and whatnot. We can't confirm nor deny whether we have done things that are greater than the sums of our parts and stuff, because we can't see into it. Being in the system you're observing removes us from certain things that can be asked. At least in my opinion. It's a great... Schrodinger's cat is fantastic. It's such a great metaphor, you know? And scientific... Well, would you call it a scientific principle at this point? Probably. I mean, it was the root and foundations of a scientific principle. So, perhaps. Such a fascinating thing. Yeah, there are so many things we to make this relevant, to make this relevant to like language, right? We can probably agree that Japanese has a word for cat, but you might not know Japanese, and I might not know Japanese well enough to know if there's a cat. However, you and I both speak English, so we have a reasonable abstraction and or observational experience to know that Japanese probably have a word for cat, right? Neither of us can confirm that. If, say, hypothetically, I don't know the word cat, none of us, neither me or you, could confirm what the word for cat is until we look it up or look at it and confirm that there's a word for cat. However, we can reasonably agree that there's probably a word for cat because of our observational skills of the universe around us. That the likelihood is Japanese people have encountered what a cat is, and they abstractedly assigned a word to cat because it's not cat. So then we would argue, does Japanese people use the word cat to describe cat in English? They don't. And cat linguistics is an abstraction. So the language that we use is an abstraction. So if you are born into a system that used cat as neko, right? Written as neko, then yes, you would say, well, it's not cat, it's neko. And then when you learn English, you're like, what is neko in English? Because you have reasonable agreement that that word probably exists, but it's no longer going to be the same word. And all the words we come up with are also abstractions. So instead of using mathematics, right? Instead of mathematics to define our observable universe, language is a really wonderful one. Language is a example. I tend to try to like pigeonhole language learning into all the discussions so that it's relevant to language learning. Different languages is a great example of abstraction that you could kind of see people doing, but at the same time, we have reasonable agreement that they exist nearly all the time. But doesn't math go beyond observable universe? I don't know. We can't know. Can't know. Neither confirm nor deny. Unless you're saying that there is an unobservable universe. So how do you know? Right? Like, you're asking, but doesn't math go beyond observable universe? It requires you to observe that it goes beyond the observable universe in order to make that answer. Like, for me to say yes or no to that, I would have to know that it's observable. You can assume, you're presuming that math goes beyond the observable universe. Neither confirm nor deny whether that is the case or not. Like confirming and denying the origins of the universe. this gets into, oh, which by the way, Procall, who I talk to quite often, will get a kick out of this. Eventually, this type of questioning, I mean beyond what we have observed so far, like a Riemann sphere, it's a mathematical object, but we cannot find it in observable nature. But the object that we conceptualize is observable. You're talking about observable in nature, but we are part of nature. Like, what I mean is, what we conceptualize is within the observable parameters. Like, I think you and I are talking about two different things. If you're talking about coming up with a concept that can't be found like this, is what you're arguing about. So, like, you're saying that we can come up with ideas that are not in the observable universe that we know so far. But we can't confirm that the universe is this big. So this is the current situation. This would be your sphere situation. And then this would be so far, whatever we know so far. We can never confirm nor deny if there is something bigger. If you're suggesting that somehow a human is able to conceive something that is outside anything we know, like anything that can exist, that's interesting. I don't know. Like this, which by the way, this is where Procall comes in and say, well, this certainly makes me question everything about creation now. And the act of creation. Like creating things, like creating art and stuff. Because the argument is, what are we going to do? And the humorous thing is, when we talk about these things, eventually most intellectual discussions end up talking about the origin of the universe. Or the origin of everything. And crabs. Definitely crabs. We always have to throw in crabs. So, yeah, certainly. You can humans can create something that's beyond the observed universe that we know. Possibly. The thing you're making an argument of is that it is an exclusion of the world. So you're arguing for this concept where the square appears here and that the things we observed does not exist yet, right? Now, in reality, like there's a chance in reality that it could look like this, where the things we observed is this, right? We can scroll this in, right? And then this is like, and we haven't looked, we haven't found the things like, but the observable universe includes the thing. And so when you say it is a mathematical object we cannot find in observable nature, we haven't found yet, or it does not exist, confirmed to not exist. You can neither confirm nor deny. A null result is not the same as a confirmation. What doesn't exist is not a confirmation of its lack of existence. When you cannot find something, which goes back to like the philosophical thing where like, right? The philosophical thing where you have if you have a tree, right? And if it falls down and no one's around, does it make a sound? Technically, no. And you can probably make up a sound for the tree if you want. Like, make up a sound that's unobservable. Like, you could make the tree sounds like glass breaking. And there might be a tree that falls down and sounds like glass, but since you couldn't find it, it doesn't exist. Okay, would you say there's existence? And observable existence equal universe, and unobservable existence could be two subsets. They're not subsets because it's not it's binary. You said unobservable and observable, so they're two separate things. Or are you saying here's a universe, and you're saying there are observable things and unobservable things? I agree with you. There are things that are observable and unobservable. They're not a subset of one another. Oh, you're talking about two subsets of the universe? Oh, both subsets of the universe. Sure. Possibly. Again, can't confirm nor deny. Like, it's a paradox. So I can neither agree with you nor disagree with you. Someone else outside can observe these two things and tell you that you have things that you can't observe. That's a way to confirm, or a way to strengthen unobservable things. So you say unobservable parts of existence cannot be confirmed with within. Yes. Yeah. The that's the tough part, right? Like, for example, a blind person and a person with vision. A person with vision and a person who is blind. It's not drawn to proportion. A person with vision can inform the person who is blind that there is color in the world. So a person with vision can observe in a way more than what a blind person can. But actually, here's a funny, interesting thing. Since we are observable creatures, sometimes it's actually like this, where the blind person have other heightened senses. You know, like you could argue like, oh, there are things they observe that a person of vision does not. And then they share in observable things, and there are clearly things. So I can agree with you in that respect. We were talking about the universe, but instead of existence, we can simply talk about our perspective. And then I can just say, yes, I agree with you. The argument that we're having now, or like the discussion we're having now, is the very suggestion that there are things we can observe and there are things we can't observe. Or haven't observed. Or cannot observe from the perspective of an individual, not a human being. So not like the human collective. So like when you were talking about existence and overall existence, I was referring to human as a collective. So if you're talking about individual, it's easy. It's easier to be able to give the argument that there are observable and unobservable things, because you would be literally unable to observe them. So trying to convince a blind person, for example, that the world has color, or a person who can't hear that sound is beautiful, or like the sound is loud, so they can't observe something, but you can still communicate to them and conceptualize things for them, or they can conceptualize something from their perspective even in the absence of something. So like when they see an object fall, if they're deaf, can they hear a sound? If you describe something to them, they can ascribe an abstraction of sound to the thing they're looking at. So in that way, I would say, yes, humans can do that. So that would be an argument. Can humans come up with something that, quote unquote, they cannot observe? The thing is, it's based on their observations. So like when, like, say a person with vision tells a blind person and they try to describe colors to them, like, oh hey, the sky is a beautiful blue. So when they think about it, right, how are they picturing blue? It has to be based on their observable existence. So they frame what is being described to them that cannot be observed based on their observable things. So it's very difficult to know if humans are able to have unobservable parts of existence if they live in the existence, if they're in the system of existence. Like life after death. The space between, the energy, the dark, like the energy between energies, or like the zone of something that we cannot perceive, like the fifth dimension, for example. I don't know what that is. So, or I just add more dimensions to it, or the fold of the black hole. Is there things that we can conceive, right? Like the event horizon of a black hole. You could argue with physics and math a lot of times. You're like, can we observe that? Probably no. Can we surmise its existence? Sure, I guess. I don't have anything in fields of mathematics and physics. This is a really, really awesome thing to contemplate. And I would say, what's his name? Cox, the physicist, Cox. Probably someone to hit up. I don't know if you're interested in listening to his interviews. He does quite a lot of interviews, Cox. I forgot his first name. I keep forgetting his first name. And or like Tyson, they interview a lot and they talk about these things. The thing that I recently watched, like on a like a reel, right? Occasionally I do doom scrolling to see what my feed gives me before I start streaming. So a unicorn is based on the observation of a horse, etc. Yeah, every imagination is based on the same experience. Okay, we could call that empiricism, sure. Wiki says in philosophy, empiricism is a epistemological view which holds that true knowledge or justification comes either only or primarily from sensory experience and empirical evidence. It is one of several competing views with epistemology along with rationalization and skepticism. Oh, that's interesting. Wow, that's really strong. And for me, unfortunately, or fortunately, I lean towards that, whatever that was stated. Philosophically, like in philosophy about the empiricism and whatnot. And then that goes back to my rationale of how I applied fantasy and sci-fi. Yeah, we have rationalism and skepticism as two competitors. And guess what? Guess what fantasy and sci-fi is? Did you get it? I don't know if you... I was I don't know if there was a connection, but fantasy is skepticism. It's predicated on skepticism, and sci-fi is predicated on rationalism. And no, they're not exclusive of each other. They have both. They have varying levels of both. And that's what defines them as fantasy and sci-fi. There are more skeptical things in fantasy than there is in sci-fi. There are more rational things than skeptical things in sci-fi. And it's the degree of skepticism and rationalization that subdivides fantasy and sci-fi. You got it? Yeah. All of this is related, at least in my opinion. So neat. I like empiricism. Empiricism is interesting. Like the word empiricism. I try to be a little bit more agreeable most of the time. So I like to believe there's something beyond our observable universe. If you know what I mean. Like, I'm actually okay. I'm not like a person who wish that I had omniscience and omnipotent, like all the vastest knowledge of the world or something. In fact, oftentimes I hope that never ends, because then I would never get bored. So for me, I'm comfortable with the idea that humans can't observe everything, but somehow could create something that tackles something that we can't observe. That's a very awesome thing. Science obviously have biased my tendencies for skepticism based on empiricism. So when a observation is rationalized, skepticism is mitigated, because empiricism is what creates rationalization for your skepticism. So it's great that these things are related to each other, right? Scientists are skeptics, right? Skeptics of their empiricism. And it is through the empiricism that they create rationalization in order to mitigate their skepticism. So you observe something and you're like, I wonder if that's true. And you test it through empiricism to confirm your suspicions, your skepticism, and then you form a rationalization. And that would allow you to be less skeptic. And then because you ask these questions about like observable and non-observable stuff, I come to it as from a perspective of a skeptic. And then we look and try to use empiricism, our observational skills, like the tech we've read about and the language we know and all of our experiences in order to create a rationalization that can either mitigate or enhance. Sometimes it can increase our skepticism, right? The dependency is on how well you use empiricism. Otherwise, we could agree on anything, and that's perfectly fine with me, honestly. Like, so there is another side of me where you could argue maybe this is where spiritualism comes in. And in another way, this is again sci-fi and fantasy. And they're neither more important nor less important, because we've already went over that. They are neither more important or less important. The idea is, I like to believe there's something beyond me. Like, if someone says, well, this doesn't exist yet, so it must be beyond us, I'm like, all right, I'm okay with that, because there's neither, one can neither say it is or it is not. And the nice thing about what I'm saying, at least in my opinion, is that it agrees with empiricism and other forms of isms. So if I can't confirm nor deny through observation, then I have no reason to tell you that you're wrong or right. I simply want to imagine that there's a possibility to explain it. Like, explain how both our views can coincide. And that, in my opinion, is my crutch. So low-key, in the end of the day, in no way do I ever diminish or someone, when it comes to these type of things. Obviously, you could say, well, apples are not fruits, right? Like, apple is not a fruit. And then you're probably going to say, well, what's the null hypothesis? Apple is a fruit. So my intellectual engagement is, all right, so if I believe apple is a fruit, then my null hypothesis is apple is not a fruit. So let's go and find all our rationalizations, our empiricism. Let's use our empiricism and figure out when this is the case. When is this true? Or what can support this, basically? And then it's about all the things that support this and all the things that support this, right? You compare and analyze them. So when someone says apple is not a fruit, I'm asking myself, I wonder what type of argument they're trying to make. So what did they observe that makes apple not a fruit, I wonder? It's an interesting thought. Not that I've encountered someone who's, this is hypothetical. I'm using a reductio ad absurdum, basically, like, you know, making a really obvious thing that is very hard to refute. The idea is to illustrate, like, even then it would be kind of interesting to hear someone's argument how apple is not a fruit. Like, for example, you could have a genetically modified, right, GMO, a GMO apple that is seedless. And one of the qualifications, one of the conventional knowledge is that fruits have seeds, right? So rationally, most people can agree that apples have seeds in them. However, if you genetically modify an apple to not have seeds, it no longer qualifies as a fruit based on the observation of fruit having seeds. That's where categorization creates nuance and granularity. So now you have to make the qualification, anything that's based on an apple, so the observation of an apple, right? Not the human constructed seedless apple, right? You can make an argument, oh wait, seedless apples are not in nature. And you're wondering, are they though? Are they though? So you're wondering like, okay, can we find seedless apples in nature? Well, let's think about the premise of seedless apples. That means they don't propagate. So just because we haven't seen seedless apples doesn't mean that they don't exist. Because we made, for example, we made seedless apple. You can make that argument, right? In the observable universe, our observable universe, most fruits have seeds in order to propagate. However, if we engineered seedless apples or seedless grapes, does that mean that they don't exist because we haven't observed them in nature? We created a monstrosity that doesn't exist in nature. Well, we don't know. Just because there are seedless, we made a seedless apple and we don't see a seedless apple in nature, there are constraints that we might not understand. Like, for example, or we can still appreciate even despite not understanding. Like, if there's no seeds, did they exist at one point outside of our observable universe? Like, for example, were there seedless apples, but they're no longer around? The fourth dimension, right? The process. Like, for example, are there dinosaurs in the world? Were there dinosaurs? And you're wondering, well, if you never saw the fossils, how can you confirm that there are dinosaurs in the world? We could imagine dinosaurs. We could imagine a lot of things. We could, like, imagine a gigantic helicopter-shaped bird if we wanted to. We take a bird and we combine it with a helicopter, right? Do you think there was a dinosaur that looks like the size of a helicopter that was a bird back then? Maybe. But because it doesn't exist, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Which is interesting, right? And we can use much more smaller things like man-made, quote-unquote. I know this is a little like archaic term, but man-made inventions. Like the internet or like radio waves or microwaves, like inventions, right? And they don't exist in nature. So does that mean that we created something that is unobservable in the universe? I mean, you could make a compelling argument, for sure. Like cars, airplanes, all the inventions, right? They don't occur in universe. They're man-made. So now we enter the whole area of man-made stuff. Now the question is, did we make them by not observing nature? Or observing anything that we have? Like, it just came to someone's mind, like, oh yeah, like, this is it. It's there. But there's nothing that is related to it. I don't know. I don't actually know. Like, it came to me in a dream or something. I'm not even sure if you can have dreams without observations. Reminds you of Carl Sagan. Gemini said, absence of proof or evidence is not proof or evidence of absence. Yep. It's a logical principle popularized by, yep, Carl Sagan. Yeah, thanks to Mr. Carl Sagan. It means that just because there is currently no evidence or proof that something exists, it does not automatically mean it doesn't exist. Exactly. The most difficult things about the world that we observe, at least in science, like if you're at the like edge of science, right? It becomes very palpable when you work in it. I didn't work that very long in science, like at the edge of science per se. So most of the signs I had were fairly observable. Like not like in uncharted territories, right? Beyond space or the last frontier situation. For example, here's one from my era. You mentioned mRNA and CRISPR, right? However, CRISPR is not technically in an entity of mRNA. It's actually involved in non-coding sequences. So there was a time when, since there's no observable function, of non-coding sequences, like a tRNA or a guide RNA, right? Like a guide RNA, which is very important to the CRISPR-Cas9 system. Hey, sorry, it's so late. Maybe we'll come. Yeah, we'll continue another time. So hear me out. I loved all the examples that you gave. So let's do this really quick example. So in my field, the field that I was in, mRNA used to be the only thing that works because there's an observable product. There's a protein that's being expressed. So it was assumed that the non-coding sequences don't function at all. They don't do anything. Now we know that it does. So for the longest time, there was like a blinder to it. Like, oh, it's not important. Let's go study all the proteins and the mRNA. And now the field, it's like 10 times larger because there are far more non-coding RNAs than there are coding RNAs. So despite our submission, like you should, if you're very curious, there may be like a TED Talk on non-coding RNAs. This is the turn of the century for me. So when I was in science like 10 years ago, non-coding RNAs were the thing. And then epigenetics is the other thing. I studied epigenetics, which is basically when you have DNA, everything on top of the DNA. So all the stuff that's on top of the DNA has become epigenetic to genetics. So there was a long time where all the functions are coded in your DNA sequence. That's not true. They can be inherited before you even start because they're epigenetic markers. So that's kind of one of those things. When there's nothing in existence, if it's not observable, it still ends up being investigated only because things don't make sense. All right, anyways, I'll let you go. Thank you for hanging out, Saint. Anytime, by the way, no pressure. Anytime. If you feel like you want to talk, we should like exchange ideas. You can see like what type of shows I watch on if you're in the Discord and stuff. If you watch any of the shows, we can talk about those shows. Thank you for keeping me company, by the way. And I hope you sleep well, dreaming of the universe. Yeah, take care, Saint. With that, I have to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back. Okie dokie. Already had my yap time today. I was kind of saving it for Neverwinter. So, alright. Let's get into this. Alright. A term used to refer to the men of another around middle age that may or may not be related to one by blood, right? So, an expression that is used to confirm or agree with a statement, often in an enthusiastic manner, right? Okay. Oh. Interesting. Okay. The act of becoming lost or disoriented while trying to find a specific location. So we're using road here, or way. Way is a better michi. Oh no, machi. No, michi. So, and then it's in, so michi ni. Being astray in a way. Okay. An expression used to refer to additional things or people not previously mentioned. Okay. The sono is gonna kick my butt here. Like, instead of a combination of any of the no so ado. Okay. So other. The polite version of a common word used for asking about unknown object or in polite inquiries. Inquiries. This one's gonna be a tough one. Okay. A polite phrase that is often used as an introduction when meeting someone for the first time. Okay. Just no. An expression indicating the act of making negative or hurtful comments about someone. All right. So bad. So waru mouth, right? Bad mouth, literally. And then say, okay. In even more polite way of saying if it's okay or if it's acceptable. I wonder when they say even more polite way, compared to what? A purple or blackish vegetable commonly used in cooking, often grilled or fried, as definitely a tempura reference there. A polite but friendly phrase used to wish someone good health and well-being. Oh man, I'm gonna add the O a lot of times. A collocation highlighting the act of securing a door or object by using a lock. Okay. A collocation, meaning that someone is coming to collect or pick up someone from a location. So, reading or meeting, and ukae then ni kuru. Nikuru is a grammar point. Like happening, coming to the happening, like making something happen. So making the welcoming of a person happen. Pick them up, greet them. A successful way to refer to someone's speech or statement. A respectful way, no. A respectful way to refer to someone's speech or statement. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Osharu and ikaga Gaga is two rough ones. The act of ridiculing or belittling someone or something. That's interesting that it's ni suru. Ni as in like a manner of which, as opposed to deciding to be an idiot. Deciding to do idiot. Yeah. Right. Okay. Method of a period of time. Oh no, maybe not. Oh. Either way, it'll help me remember, I suppose. A period of time within which something happened without being noticed, right? Alright, let's quickly do this and then move.
家の庭でナスを育てる。
近所のおじさんと話す。
What?
何も考えずに歩いていたら道に迷ってしまいました。
斉藤です。どうぞよろしく。
子供が before I knew 大好くなった。Or no, not 大好きなった。大きなった。大きなった。大好き。Sorry. I added an extra character there. Before I knew? Oh, that's an interesting way to use that.
子供がいつの間にか大きくなった。
大きく。いつの間にか大きくなった。うん。Dang it, it's gone. Oh, not ne. Ra.
よろしかったらご飯を一緒に食べましょう。
母が保育園に迎えに来る。
この部屋に、家族とその他what?
この部屋には家族とその他大勢がいる。
大勢。Oh, that's 大勢。Yeah, that's right. Dude, 大勢 though. 人のことをバカにするのは
人のことをバカにするのはやめなさい。
やめなさい。Stop. お水はいかがですか？
ウェイトレス。お水はいかがですか？
ちゃんと家のちゃんと家の
ちゃんと家の鍵をかけた？
Okay. また会う。また会う日まで How does that not have a... Okay, fine. 先生が私のことについて speak. Oh no.
先生が私のことについておっしゃる。
おっしゃる。Let's stop talking bad. Ah! Maruguchi. Ah! Ah!
悪口を言うのはやめよ
あなたの娘は医者ですか？そうそう。
Okay. Oh no, wait. I still have 5. Just kidding. Why? Oh, it's done. Okay. So we actually completed all our vocabulary stuff. Really? Wait, there's one vocabulary word. What the heck is going on? Wait, I'm so confused. Hold up. Oh no. This says 1095. Okay. I guess they need to update stuff. So we actually went through all our vocabulary. And that it's confirmed. Interesting. So wait, why is it... Okay. So this will probably flip over tomorrow. We can start doing our vocabulary stuff. It lines up where I think. So I've already planned this. It's not too bad. And then our grammar section is going to take us till... So we have 20 more grammar lessons. That's 7 days. That's not including today. So it'll be June 1st is when we start then doing all our reviews. Basically as planned or calculated. The reason why it's June 1st is because... vocabulary grammar points were added during this period, because I did calculate it to end the day, like the last day of June, the last day of May. That's why I separated it that way. So neat. All right. What is this? Oh, N4 vocabulary. Okay, so that's a wrap for today. That's a wrap for today. Met another person, a thinker. Interesting discussion. Really interesting discussion. I think this I think Saint is gonna... there's a chance both Procol and Saint are from the same or like a similar place, because they highlighted a person who happened... They talked about the British Broadcasting channel, right? And they actually deferred to a British, like they drop a bunch of British names as well. And I think Procol and this person might get along. Like, it'll be interesting to have both of them on at the same time. It's a really not necessarily the most coincidence, because I kind of select for this, but generally most of our discussions have overlapped. But it took on a very different type of conversation. So I will have to share that with Procol. Coincidentally, he was on earlier. It actually kind of led into the same thing, so curious. Alright, that's a wrap for today. For Bunpro, if you're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, share your thoughts, exchange some ideas, keep each other motivated, do the yapping every once in a while. It's great to tickle the noggin, exercise like different perspectives and whatnot. It can be very cathartic to things like language learning. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I will be back for Hanzo Hero. Thank you, thank you.